Oh, there. It disappeared now.
Nobody would have ever gotten any of
Nope.
that. That is just
Nope.
our private moment.
You can still see me when I spin. It's just, I'm a fractoid.
Yeah, mine is so jammed up on this thing, I can't even see Shio anymore.
Well,
Shio
nobody
never
can see
returned.
Shio.
I mean,
Never
Shio
returned.
is
Shadow Realm.
Shio is like 3 pixels.
Yeah, she's about a pixel tall now, so no one can see her. She's just there.
You can only see me when I spin. I have mastered the art of stealth. I have surpassed, what's her name? Carla.
Oh,
Nice.
dang, Carla, you're gonna just sit down there and take that?
Oh, yeah, Look, Carla can't see me. I'm an ant.
You are so fucking small. You. Hi everyone, welcome back to Settled Wilds, where we're having like the fantasy showing of Ant-Man Quantumania, where good old Shio decided to go into the little micro, like the quantum realm. Probably fighting Kang the Conqueror right now. Spoilers.
All right, what you don't like Ant Shio? All right, fine.
Ant Shio.
Oh, okay. Well, I made her 2x2, but she's still tiny.
And now you're...
What is this? D&D for ants?
Oh, so that's why. Okay, it's the scale ratio. That's why. I'm glad that I can actually update my token now.
Oh my goodness.
I want to know whether or not you're even the... Okay, you're the correct size.
Ugh.
Welcome back, Shio.
I flipped because I could.
Man.
Why am I white? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, white? Why is it doing that? I'm putting it back at 1. Oh no.
This is what you get. You played around. You fucked around and now you're finding out. You were finding out real quick.
I'm just staying here drinking
Why
my
is it
water.
so-
I can't fix it.
It's hot in the volcano, listen.
Okay. Yeah, the scale ratio won't go back down. Okay, there.
Alright. You stop touching it now.
There we go.
Oh man.
Why did I
Why are you
vertically?
doing...
There. You touch it again, I'm going to deal 1d10 damage to you.
All of
I'll
this
take it. I'll gladly take it.
all of this flipping and resizing, everything has kicked me out on my tablet again.
Sorry.
I'm here. I'm just occasionally. I'm keeping Foundry open on my tablet so I can access my sheet and actually know what I'm capable of. But I'm probably going to be following along on stream for the actual map and stuff.
I'll use the stream view to go and move around since it also is your turn technically.
Well, first
Wait,
off,
what?
don't we have to figure out whether or not the percentile roll was good?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we were on a cliffhanger.
So right here is the nice little private roll. And high good was said, and so it shall be. Because that's what was said involving this.
Uh-huh.
And it was
Oh,
low
no.
bad.
Oh no.
Or wraiths.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Please don't
No,
explode.
the entire volcano erupts.
And we all die. Gruesome deaths.
Time
Yeah.
to start running, everyone. The volcano is erupting.
So I'm gonna roll d6.
However, if
Oh God, no.
Alright, so that's
I
9 wraiths.
with it,
9 wraiths, guys. This sounds fine.
2 different kinds.
Oh, there's 4 types of wraiths. Good to know. Don't forget, everybody, we have a enemy document to look at now.
Right,
That's
so
good.
Really? Where?
Yeah.
Yeah, where does that live? I'm not sure I have the link.
It's in notes.
Oh.
yeah.
Where?
Right there.
Oh yeah, there it is. I remember. Thank you.
Soul says right there, pointing at his own computer screen.
It's in the most appropriate place. It's in notes.
Like several smears of whiteout.
So that's 2 of the first one. What direction are they coming from? Roll a d10 because the 10 is where I want them to be.
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really sucks for her.
Harla, no.
She's invisible. Don't worry about her.
They can see through it.
Yeah, they have life sense
She's
or whatever it's
invisible.
called.
Don't worry.
Oh, so all of them are going to be coming from there.
Oh,
Well-
nice.
Damn.
I knew there was something in the bushes.
Fuck, he sussed it out. He knew it. He wasn't just getting high.
It's
Oh,
like
I had to fit
something's wrong with this
9 down here.
Yeah, see, look, you got enough space. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Not
7,
something
8, 9.
you thought before.
No, they don't need to be that. Oh, that's a
3,
new kind.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh no, it's the ability score one.
There's so many, don't worry. They will probably all miss like they have been for the past few sessions.
You say that to Mario.
Oh yeah, he's so debilitated right now with his one that was taken away. Completely
Poor
unplayable
Mario.
character now. Like just completely party.
Unplayable. His high con was his only benefit.
My constitution.
But Mario was struck down in his prime, 1 ability score point that affected nothing.
Like it's
I'm
really
now a
scary.
peasant.
In all
Wait,
seriousness,
I'm
it's
already
really
a peasant,
scary.
never mind.
By the way, because Waymaker has to be on his tablet and like kind of like view from other modes because he can't move around right now. The part that's funny for me is it's like if I was zoomed in like this and he's like, "Well, I don't know what the big deal is, guys. Like I don't see where all the enemies are." And then I zoom out and he's like, "Oh, that's a lot of enemies. why are they all the way over there?"
Man, I'll show you what I look like here. Ah.
Yeah, okay, so that's a new type of wraith.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let me.
So we gotta add both of these to combat.
Bolster. I don't like that name.
I have to roll them
what?
both. No matter what, because they rolled after Waymaker, like after Priston, I just needed them to be added to the initiative. But Priston, Mario, and then Dav will be able to go. Then the wraiths. Well, then new initiative will be rolled, but that's beside the point. But they start in new initiative. So you guys have a buffer. You have a buffer, which is good. Meanwhile, Carla's
Nice.
probably shitting her pants right now. Help. Help. Help.
Move, Carla!
It's not my turn. I can't move.
When is your turn?
I don't get a turn.
Then you move at the end.
Okay.
If only I had taken an AoE spell of any kind.
Why couldn't it have been just 2 wraiths? I could have handled 2 wraiths. Maybe
That
3
is
wraiths,
smart.
but 9?
Man. Look, the scary part about it being a bunch of the waning wraiths, or not the waning wraiths, the faded wraiths, is just for the fact that they do ability score damage.
You at least get a save. I have to hit you and you get a save, but
Yeah, but if the chance we fail, they have a really high chance of just exploding with only a D3.
I'm over here just comprehending languages like I can speak with the undead.
Let me talk to them. We can negotiate.
Oh man, this
We can negotiate. Proceeds to cast Vicus Mockery in their language. Your mother was a man.
It's like there's no negotiating with comedians here. But let's see. If you were all composed, we are now in our dire straits. And I'm using 3 monitors so I can actually like look at shit, which is nice. It's like I don't have to constantly open and close windows.
Poor Windows, what did it ever do to you?
It apparently wiped my buddy's computer because it updated.
Wow.
It argued with his NVIDIA graphics drivers. It's just... It just outright, like, deleted his graphics and he couldn't do anything. He's like, fuck.
Curse you, technology.
Dang.
Hey, having a spare Windows installation disk for Windows 10 with the fucking CD key is pretty nice. It's like my desktop is a pedigree computer. I have a certificate, which makes it sound pretentious as fuck.
You know, maybe attuning to that amulet that gives us the Hellhound wouldn't be too bad right now.
Would you like to take an hour to attune mid-combat?
Yeah, hold up.
You're just gonna use it.
Time out.
Time out? Like, did I get a timeout? Did we get a timeout?
5 more minutes.
Oh,
Alright.
come on. This doesn't look so hard, guys.
Says the barbarian who's itching for a fight and is uninjured.
Yes, also says the barbarian whose axe just, one-shots most things. Yes. It's good.
Realistically, though, do be careful.
Well, I mean, if they were the waning ones, I'd be scared. But they're just the faded ones. You get your points back after resting. It's fine. No worries.
Yeah. But if you get to 0 in any of your ability scores, you just straight up die.
Well, that's not true.
That's not true?
If you get to 0 in Constitution, you die. If you get to 0 in any of the other ones, there's different effects.
I've been lied to.
So some of the mental ones outright make it to where you go into a comatose state, a catatonic state, you suffer nightmares.
Caterpillar.
There's caterpillar. Strength, you're physically, like, you can't hold your body weight up and you collapse and you're permanently prone. And dexterity, you're crippled to such a degree that you'll never move again. Like, that is, it's not horrible. Like
Practically death for anybody.
It's basically death.
I mean,
I'm a
but
farmer.
you
I need to be able to move.
you get it back day by day, right? So sure, you're horribly crippled for like, I don't know, a week
A day.
or 2, but you're fine. Yeah,
Yeah, you're fine. It's okay.
no worries, guys. We
No
got
worries. No worries. It's Priston's turn. He's all the way over here on this safe little
good.
island of his.
Um,
I'm not gonna
That's
float
a-
over to you. It's okay.
yeah, right. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what I can do with my limited supply of interactivity here. I suppose, is one of them within 60 feet of me? They look like they might be.
Here,
Yes.
let me check for you.
this. Yeah.
Except for the ones in like the very back over there. All of them you can
Okay.
hit.
All right, and I can hit over these walls.
So
Or those-
this is this
Okay.
one's partially broken here. I would say that you would have line of sight of this one. It technically has
Okay.
cover, but only enough to make it to where if you attack him in particular, it would be like a disadvantage. If you move where like Mario is, like
Yeah.
occupy his
Oh, yeah,
square
yes.
and then back
I'll
up.
move just below Mark, I guess. Can somebody move me there? I can't do it.
So like there.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna shoot with a wet array of frost, which I should be able to do.
And this one's just normal, so you're good. 18.
Haha.
And that's on this one. That hits.
Cool. Damage. 3. But hey, he's slowed.
Yeah, 3 ain't bad. 3 ain't bad.
Darlene, don't forget to look at them. See what they do. They are new.
Oh, yes. Let me see here. I'm going to insight the one that I shot at. Probably not enough, though.
With a 12, already spoiled earlier, but these are bolstered rates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, because, like, it comes up in the chat log, so it's, like, it's all good. But they're bolstered rates, and the other thing that I can give you with a 12 is they are herdier than the other wraiths you've fought.
Herdier. Okay.
Yeah, like, they look like they can take a beating.
Nice. Alrighty.
Okay.
Whew.
So is that your
Settle
turn?
in. Yep, that's it.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Oh, wow.
Mario.
What do I have that can banish monsters? Nothing. Dang it.
I mean, you can hurt their feelings.
What is a ghost's feelings like?
Have you ever tried cyberbullying ghosts?
I know, right?
Give it its 13th reason why. Do it.
You're old!
You're old.
Alright, take your target on the same one. So let's see. Yeah, well.
I can feel it in my bones.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
You didn't deserve that nat 20. Like,
Brand new.
he has a +1. Why the fuck does he have, like... I guess it's because I said he was hardy.
I'm gonna just pass my turn now.
No. Use your insight.
What? Oh. Right. That.
I'll let you do it. It's fine.
This button. Right? Oh, hey.
Nice.
Alright. So,
Bolstered Wraith. What do we have?
Bolstered Wraith. They have... let's see here. I was going to make sure that, like, all of this is correct. Not that. Not over there. Why are you over there?
Not?
Not over there. Not on the screen. Bad. I want to make sure I
What?
got, like, all this info right. Yeah. So, they do have Denizen of Chains, like everybody else. Like the rest of their ilk. They also have Bolstered Blade and their weapon, Fellblade.
And Fellblade, like F-E-L-L.
Yep.
Hmm.
I can also tell you saves, AC, health, etc.
Well, I know it has a +1 to the wisdom save. It's not all I really care about. Let's see. Let's just go with Fellblade.
Alright, Fellblade. So, Fellblade has the following stuff. It deals necrotic damage. If it just so happens to... Actually, I cannot give that information.
Wait, oh.
But the Fellblade is a longsword. It is considered a +1 weapon. It is made from the bolstered wraith itself. And more importantly, if a creature is killed by a Fellblade, That creature rises the following round as a bolstered wraith. And there are more abilities that are tied to it from, well, its only other ability, which is Bolstered Blade, and I cannot say what those are.
Huh.
But that is the effect that's on it just from Fellblade.
Oh. Okay.
So, my turn?
Yep, that would be your turn.
Okay. Well, first things first, we are going to see what we can see.
All right.
Tell me what that bolstered blade is, please.
All right, Bolstered Blade. This is where I get to give a lot of information. Bolstered Blade. The critical threat range of a Bolstered Wraith's Fellblade is 19 to 20, which means if I roll 19 or 20, it crits. Upon scoring a critical hit, the Fellblade deeply wounds the target, causing additional damage and rending some of their life force from their body in the form of vile damage.
What does that mean?
Vile damage is unhealable damage.
Ah.
Oh,
It's, and this is only for the critical hit formula.
Their crits are bad.
If it crits, the weapon deals 1d12 necrotic damage, plus 1d6 vile damage, plus proficiency, and then it's mod for that. Vile damage is unhealable unless you go to, like, actually a church and be healed at a church. You have to be healed at a location to get rid of it, or if you have somebody cast Hallow in your area for you to be healed. Also, restoration helps as well. The other part involving this is if more than half of your current, well, not current health, but if more than half of your max health is plagued with vile damage, you must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. Failure leads to your character immediately falling into one failed death save. You are still conscious. Each round, you will have to make that Constitution saving throw until, you eventually die.
huh.
Dying by this manner makes it to where upon death, the following round you come back as a bolstered wraith.
Uh-huh.
So these things are dangerous.
Take those out immediately.
So basically, then when you save, the effect goes away, or
If you save against it, you're fine until the next round.
oh, so this will be it'll be a consistent thing until our HP is fixed from the vile damage.
Yep.
Man, considering, I mean, that's practically at this level guaranteed death because we don't have like restoration or anything.
We have to kill them.
I have resurrection.
Let's see.
The other thing that I can say, because you rolled high enough on the insight, there are other means of you being able to remove vile damage, and that is through, because I'm able to say this due to you being an elf, if you are devout enough towards your idol, because I'm also saying it due to you being an elf, I'm saying it through that translation of mindset, through devotion to your idol, your idol can cleanse you, but if they cleanse you, not only will you just receive a blessing from that cleansing, but you will also receive a quest from your deity.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And it all depends on the amount of favor that you have with them.
Okay. So, now that we know all of that, my protection calling, right?
Yeah.
It says invulnerability is one of the potential options I can imagine for myself, right?
Yeah.
Could I say that I just don't take damage from vile damage?
Yeah, you can do that.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to do that. I'd like to be involved in vile damage.
Well, that's only if they crit.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's worth it to because I'm going to be right there in the mosh pit, you know?
And they just rolled a 20.
Alright. You could save it until it were to happen, right? Because it's a reaction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can use your
It
calling
can
as a
be used
reaction.
as a reaction, yeah. Sure, yeah, okay, I'll save it for now. Just in case someone else needs it more. But either way, guys, I'm going in because, you know,
That's what you do.
melee combat. Here I go! Hello!
Zoom.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Oof.
I guess 12 doesn't hit. I'm
Right.
relatively certain.
a 12 does not hit. No.
Oh well. Perhaps next time.
All right, and Carla is going to take this opportunity to fucking leave. She's heading up here now. All right. Is anybody switching?
Um,
I like my spot. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
might as well be where I am. It's fine.
Where's Shio?
Besides,
Shio, do you need to go next?
besides, oh my god, the bar has switched. Now it's going down instead of up.
I don't know where my bar went. It disappeared.
This thing's weird. I would say the benefit of me going before you or taking your spot would just be allowing me to get up in there with her to hopefully take some of the punishment.
Yeah.
I'll,
You want to do that?
Yeah. Also, my lay on hands is not properly updated. Thank you, lay on hands. I'm supposed to have 10 now. Alright.
Okay.
Alright. First things first. Where is... Damn. Alright, second thing. Where is it? There it is. Looking good. Looking good.
Hey, getting the bad rolls out of there.
Okay.
You say that. The enemy rolled a 20.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay.
Is Gritalis there a melee kind of guy? Does it look like he could do melee?
Yep.
Okay. Wait, how many can I do this again? Target 3. Sorry. Shio will hold up her sword. Yggdrasil, give us your blessing! And cast bless on me, Dav, and Gritalis here.
All right.
That's her action.
Where the fuck is it? Boom.
Don't think I can. My bonus action, so. Yeah, I guess the best I can do is just to move up to. Like right about there.
Okay.
Help maybe draw some of these off of Dav. Yeah, I can't use lay on hands as a bonus action. That'll be my turn.
All right.
Okay. So,
Believe in you.
nope.
Would that be enough for like AC or HP?
No.
Try.
I mean, that could be enough for me to tell you what their lowest ability score is. The lowest ability score of the bolstered wraith is a 9, and that's intelligence. They're not smart.
No, they just hit things.
So we leveled up, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that I now have 2 rages?
You should, I believe.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second.
Well, I was just curious because I had used one earlier and we haven't rested since then. So I wasn't sure if I had like a second one to spare.
Yeah, you always have 2 rages from 1st to 2nd level. It's when you reach 3rd level you get your 3rd rage.
Okay, so you should have a second rage.
Okay. So raging might be good. But should I also reckless attack?
That would give advantage to them, which means they would have a better time hitting you.
It's true.
But you
But
also have a better chance of hitting them.
I gave you bless, so hopefully that should be able to offset it and help. Besides raging just to deal extra damage, I would personally say it's probably best to just actually save it, because the half damage only works on slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning that is not magical, and they are dealing necrotic damage.
Oh, that's fair.
Besides an extra 2 points per hit you do for like damage with rage, I would say it's personally not worth it right now.
Okay, well we'll see how this next swing goes, and then we'll decide, I guess. Ah!
That is most definitely a hit.
I have found the rhythm again.
Although that's not adding the D4, but that works.
Oh,
that's an
exploding.
Too.
Oh, is it? Okay, so I get to roll again?
D12.
Yeah, you get to roll another D12.
Ooh.
That's 26. Damn.
Nice.
It's a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
It is good to do what one's idol has told you to, no?
Sure.
Alright. Let's see how bad this gets. Hi, honey. Thanks for the coffee, sweetie.
it is Madam
I
Undead.
would love another one. Thank you.
Yes,
Love
Mrs.
you.
Undead. Butter him up. Have him give us mercy. Oh no.
Oh, Jack.
We do not.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, that's pretty manageable. I assume that's it. Yeah.
That's probably hitting me, right?
Yeah, this one's hitting you. This one's obviously going for Shio. So.
How much of that is the vial damage?
The vial damage is only
no.
the crits.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, that's right.
So, you are good unless you want to spend your reaction now.
No, I'm fine. I'll
Okay.
just take that.
Gotcha. Thanks, sweetie. Oh, you opened it for me. Thank you. Love you.
Trying to
She's so
remember.
nice. I love her so much.
So cute.
Alright, time for me to go into Hurt Soul. Nope.
Alright, here comes the army.
This is gonna be so much hell.
The faded rates go marching one by one. Hurrah, hurrah.
Ow, no, don't sing the ant song. Don't give them power.
No, stop.
This one
Oh,
is provoking an attack because they went through here and this way. So this provokes from you. this one provokes from you. So if you want to take your reactions, you can. Otherwise, you can choose not to.
Does the reaction mean we get to attack again?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an opportunity.
Opportunity.
attack.
I would like to remind that these are the ones that deal ability score damage, and you may want to save your stuff to protect yourself from the potential attacks and
Yeah.
damage.
Which, in my case, I am gonna not take the attack.
Dav, what about you?
I think I'll do it. I think it'll be fine.
All right.
I was
It
wrong.
needs to add a D4. That's not the proper bless. So 13,
Before you
which
can save that.
I don't know what the AC for the faded wraiths are.
Oh,
We never did figure that out.
Well,
something to learn.
I will say that hits.
Ooh, nice!
Okay.
Exploding D12.
Oh, really? Again?
Christ, yeah.
Dang.
25 damage. Nice job. Almost kills it. 1 point off.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, that could have triggered fucking Rhythm of Lovers further. He could have been like, yes, another one.
Down here.
Oh, damn it. That would have been so good. Alright, it's down to 1 hit point.
Yeah, it's just only the extra D6. It's not like it's a +1 weapon or anything, right?
Just casually on 1 hit point.
That's actually a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, because I know what you said like last session, but I'm pretty sure you just only gave it the fire enchantment, it's not a +1, right, undead?
It should be a +1.
Then that would be giving it the +1 point to kill it.
Yeah. So
Also +1 to hit as well.
There we go. So it would be dead.
Time to find VODs.
I put it as magical. That was the problem.
I apologize for not being able to keep up with the math on my weapons.
It's fine.
alright.
It's like you never. I don't think Undead ever outwardly said it was supposed to be a +1. That's why we're like asking now.
Most
Because
magic-
typically when a weapon gets like a magical property, like an extra D damage die of fire or something, it's typically treated as a +1.
Oh,
Also, I have it labeled as a
When
magical
would you
weapon anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
So
When
let's.
would you have gotten that weapon? Session 2.
Oh yeah, that was session 2.
yeah.
Or no, that was session 3.
No matter what, this poor unfortunate fool has perished.
perished.
Does that mean Rivers of Lovers? Rhythm of Lovers triggers,
Rhythm?
right?
Yeah, Rhythm of Lovers triggers.
Rivers of lovers.
The Rivers of Lovers.
Right.
I did not like that.
No.
Get on the swan boat ride. It's the Rivers of Lovers. It does trigger, so you're able to attack an additional opponent that's within your threatened range, which is literally any of these people.
Well, beautiful. I'm of course going to choose the bolstered fellow, right?
Alright.
And I'm just going to swing again at him.
Dragon
That
Twister.
hits.
My goodness.
He's already badly injured. You might trigger it again. Oh,
Oh, he's so close.
damn it, not again.
Oh. How
Spinning
unfortunate.
Barbarian.
Damn.
Beyblade Lip Rip.
You swung the Rhythm of Lovers directly into one of the wraiths, and as it rends through its faded shroud, collapsing into just shreds, dissipating and smoldering, you proceed to reel back, pirouette, and slam it back down on your prior opponent. The distraction not being distracting enough, so you deal even more debilitating damage upon this new foe.
Not your idol, mine.
Well, they're all now afraid of you. So let's see here. They all moved into their positions. I'm just gonna start going for the grasping.
Is it 3 against Bev and 3 against me, or?
Yep. So 18 on you.
Who's getting hit first? Me?
Yeah, I'm starting with you first. So it's gonna be this one, and this one.
Okay.
So that's an 18. We'll see if the other ones hit. 19 and 23. Okay, so all three hit. That's not good.
Well, what are they targeting?
Yeah, what are they targeting?
I'm going to target... No, they're all going to target your strength.
Okay.
So DC 13 strength saving throws.
So you have a +5 with that, and a D4 because plus.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty good odds.
Didn't
That
even
one.
need the D4.
Yeah. Alright. And now it's time for me to start grabbing at Shio. Miss. Miss.
Miss.
Miss.
What is
Nice.
this?
Very good.
Alright. The Drift Agent. Not missing a beat. He's taking aim. Oh no, there's too many enemies in between, so he can't shoot at this one. Oh wait,
Sound like a pillar, right?
there we go. Now he can shoot at that one. Nope, that misses. And know what? Fuck it, he'll do an insight check. He wants to figure out some things. Let's see here. The bolstered wraiths have a max health of 52.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And the one that's injured is at 4.
I mean, hey, if you go and hit it, you could just kill it. You could trigger the lovers again.
I know.
You stole his lunchbox. That's basically what you like. You beat him up for his lunch money. Mario.
I see bloodshed. Oh! That's a good sign. Do we have anything else we need to learn? We need to learn ACs. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, insight. The tiny one.
Alright, so the Faded Wraiths, you want to learn their AC?
Yep.
12.
Good to know.
Okay. And I'll just aim at the nearest tiny one that's available, and I'll be like, All I can, man, what is good, vicious mockery that I could just say to them at this moment?
You look like you dropped common loot.
Looks like you're running out of oil for that lantern.
Loot! Oh wait, that actually failed!
Nice.
To everyone's surprise, they finally fail against the vicious mockery.
I must metagame if I'm going to defeat them. I see how it is. Yeah.
Has a slight nosebleed.
The Kenku yells out Akira, and then immediately headaches just ensue on the Wraith.
Leave me alone.
Disadvantage on the next attack roll. Hey, that's good.
Yeah, that's good to know.
That helps.
That's good. That helps.
All right.
Looks to do better than I can.
I'll see what I can do.
I think our best strategy right now is to focus fire some of them down so Dav can just, hit, kill, hit,
Yep.
kill, hit,
Yep.
Combo around the barbarian. Sound move.
I'm going to pull one of my Alchemist Fire vials. Whoops. I just zapped myself out.
No, not again.
He died
okay,
IRL.
I'm going to roleplay it. You guys, somebody DM hit the buttons for me. But I'm taking an Alchemist Fire vial from my pouch that Shio gave me earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to cast... Oh, I'm back. I'm going to cast Catapult. Hang on. I'm going to cast Catapult to fire it at the one to the top right of Dav.
It's on.
Yeah.
Alright. Let me just do that. And because it's being catapulted at, it succeeded on its dex saving throw.
Oh, man.
Here's something.
Not a good thing.
Huh?
Fun. Alright. So you launch the Alchemist Fire at this one.
Yes.
It made its saving throw. Now there's a chance of it hitting any of these three. Or just colliding on this wall and hurting these two.
Now the Alchemist Fire Flask, I didn't just throw it. I was casting Catapult to blast there. Is that on there? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just caught up. Cool.
Yes, the power of catapult. You can actually change your ammo type.
It's
Because you were launching the Alchemist Fire Flask.
right.
Now, there's a chance it hits Dav, there's a chance that it hits this dude, or it's a chance that it's going to go and slam over here and get these guys.
Yes,
I mean,
indeed.
considering it's a dex save, Dav has a really high chance of not getting hit.
Yeah.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get advantage.
Which I'm going to go and roll for these two. If you can make your dexterity saving throw off of the catapult itself.
Do I roll for advantage or just normal?
Your danger sense would give you advantage on any dex save you can,
So you have advantage.
Oh,
plus a d4 because of bless.
well.
Which you don't need.
Alright, so you're good. This one succeeded. This one failed. So it's going to be slamming against him.
Nice.
So he has to make a dex save off of the Alchemist Fire.
Everyone just jumps out of the way. The one wraith. Wait, what? Boom.
Because this is the one next to him. He passed it, surprisingly.
Man.
But no matter what, he fails. So damage time.
Damage time. I think I've got it. Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
Exploding.
7.
7 fire damage. Nope. Darn. I'm not fast enough.
You don't got the fingies for it. Awesome.
Alright, and then I'm gonna try and do that. That work?
Love you.
No. It's not working. I'm trying to insight, and it's...
Oh, you want insight?
Yeah, just insight.
All right. I'd say 13 is good enough.
Well, 13. What's the AC of the ones with the swords?
Bolstered wraith.
Bolstered wraiths, yes.
14.
14. Okay. Rather hittable. All right.
Yeah.
Quite.
Is my turn.
Yeah, it's just they have higher HP to compensate.
Anybody switching?
Darling, my
Yes.
love,
Yeah, it's
can
probably best
I
to let that
can I
go.
switch?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
Let's see here. Yeah. I'll have it to where the enemies stay the same.
Okay.
Alright. Dabs up.
All right, so we're going for this bolstered one first.
Alright.
Nice.
That hits.
Damn, but that's enough to kill it at least.
Yeah, he had 1 hit point. And you took that away from him. Alright, you get another attack.
And then feeling the beat from one swing to the next, Dove will go to this one, who I think is the one on fire.
Yep.
I do believe I'm on fire.
That hits.
I believe you're on fire.
Exploding
God.
fire damage. And
Oh, so a d6 now?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Fire.
so that's 23.
23.
He's definitely gone.
He is definitely dead. The 19 itself actually killed him.
And following the spin, we're just
Mhm.
kind of like picking up the axe and swinging it down and picking it up and swinging it down. So we're going to the one on the right now, this one right here.
Alright.
Picking it up and swinging it down.
That hits.
Oh my goodness. We've made a monster.
Spinning, spinning, spinning.
Almost. It's at
Only
5.
a combo. It's
Good job, though.
Yeah.
Beyblade,
And,
Beyblade.
Is there anything else to insight, or are we content?
I mean, we could just start asking the random questions like, what languages do they know?
They speak undead.
I think I'm good.
What did they have for breakfast?
I don't want to know.
Alright, all of them
Lava.
are now a little booty bothered. So they're all attacking Dove, by the way. So it's a miss.
Okay.
Hit.
This is the next one. This one's at disadvantage because of Vicious Mockery. And the last one.
Only 2 hits.
That was useful.
So 2 checks for me.
Yep, 2 checks for you. I'm going to target your... You know what? Because they've seen you be a debilitating menace, they're going to target your intelligence.
What's your intelligence score looking like, Dav?
It's a 10, and I don't have any
You are getting the bless, so you have a d4. So it's roughly minimum wise, you would have to roll a 12 on each die because bless is automatically always a 1.
Yeah.
Bless could also explode, so you could potentially roll low and that could save it. So
Gotta roll it.
Well, I'm also debating about
using
Your reaction.
yeah.
how many charges do you have left?
I have 3. So I like to use like 1 per battle because that way it saves more for later. Unless situation calls for it, and then I'll use more. But
Yeah.
do you think the situation is calling for it with an intelligence chance, or do you think we should trust the dice?
Never trust the dice guys. Never trust the dice guys. Never trust the dice guys. Never trust the dice guys.
think the dice know. I think the dice are okay. Besides, what does a low intelligence do adversely?
Well, people tend to go and attribute it to being, like, dim and dull, like basically being an idiot, but it could also imply that maybe you use words incorrectly, you'll use, like, you'll mispronounce words actively. It's mainly just, because with wisdom, it's remembering information, and with intelligence, it's retaining information.
Mm-hmm.
So you might not pick up on stuff like after it being drained. So you may just be like, wait, what's that? It's like, oh, it's this. It's like, okay, cool. Hey, what's that? And you point to the same thing because you're not retaining the information. So it's like those are ways that it could be. But in other regards, yes, it could mean that you're just slowly becoming an idiot if you want to go and role play it out that way. But I like the more like safe options.
Insight checks.
Yeah. So it's really not that bad for me.
Unless you hit 0.
Unless you hit 0.
Well,
Which, considerably, this does have a high chance, considering it's only D3 they have to roll. It's like a 33% chance of exploding.
Unless you're Mario, where I roll a fucking 1.
Minimally, if they do explode at least once, they can take 4 points off, which means you have a -2 in intelligence.
I'd use your power because it's best used in combat.
yeah, it is. Okay. I think I'd like to retain my smarts if it's all the same to you.
We must make her dumb. And it's like, no, I like books. You can't stop me. Roll, let's see
Your
here.
AC is 18. You would need to roll at least like a 5 to block both.
But attack damage, versatile, or other?
Other formula.
Other? Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah, you're good. So both
Alright.
of those miss. And your AC is treated as a 25 for the remainder of this round.
Okay.
Mario.
Well, technically until your next turn. So if you go after them, it's like now I have to hit a fucking 25.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna aim at the same guy with more vicious mockery.
Why is he
It worked
targeting
once,
me?
it worked again. Your lantern looks dusty.
No, you're just giving him the.
He rolled the same thing!
You're just giving him the bird stare, you know.
One.
You're targeting
Staring
this one wraith. Like you're telling this one, you're bullying this one wraith.
Staring into
You
his
dropped the
soul.
comic look. Your lantern looks dusty. Kill him.
Why is he being so mean to me? Why is he so mean?
Hang on. Why are you being so mean? You will all die here.
Man.
Um,
Alright, first off, let's get this out of the way. Oh my god. I want it back, please. Alright, what do I do now? Insight. Hey. I don't know, could they give me a bit more insight into just the wraiths in general?
Just into them in general.
Yeah.
The rates here, based off of what Priston had been able to gather earlier, are rates of the former denizens of this fortress. People that took care of it, caretakers, soldiers, etc., and each one represents a duty to the fort itself. The bolstered wraiths being the guards, and the faded wraiths being scholars. This also allows me to give you the name for the last one, but waning wraiths were... Well, actually, yeah, bolstered wraiths were soldiers, waning wraiths were guards, faded wraiths were scholars, and finally, the waxing wraiths, which those ones were clerics.
Wow.
Okay, so you said waxing rate.
Yes.
No, I want
got
that
it.
to be 20, please.
Here.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I guess all I got is I guess I can stab. Who do I want to stab?
Who do you want
Do
to
it.
cast
Stab
stab
them.
at?
The big bad one.
He's not really doing much. He can. Yeah, I'm more worried about the guys doing ability damage.
Don't worry about them, please.
I hope
but
I
I mean,
hope
worry
I
about
crit
them
you.
if you want to. But
You know what? To give you a better chance to continue doing your spin attack, I'll target the one right here.
okay.
I'm going to stab you in the kneecaps.
They don't
Pretty sure
have
that-
those.
Alright, that hits.
Exploding.
Mm-hmm.
That's a total of 14 or 7 damage because it's halved. That's still considerable considering their HP is only 26, so that brought them down to 19.
Yeah.
Alright, that's my turn.
Okay. Priston.
Yes, indeed. Alright. I'm going to target the one directly above Dove with a Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Ugh.
That is
And
a
miss.
nope.
And then I'll end my turn.
Alright. Let me get the drift agent without missing a beat. He's targeting this one here.
Nice. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
No exploding. Now we just need the
And-
Dob chainsaw.
Yeah, just outright decimate these two, and then these two cower in fear and fade away, as they should. Alright, time for me to try and crit Shio, because Shio wanted to be a meanie and not attack me.
No.
Nope. I mean, actually, technically with this one aiding in the flank, because they are on an opposite side, but they're
That'd
not.
be like a plus.
It's +2, so that matches.
Let's see. Their damage is a D8 plus 1 plus their mod.
Yeah.
I think they hit like a while ago. I mean, I can take a hit as long as it doesn't explode, but that's what I worry about. Well, the issue is I've used all my charges from my blacksmith mark, so I would have to start going negative if I wanted to use it, which is never a good thing.
Come on, you could.
Could I see the damage first before choosing to use my reaction, or do I need to decide now?
Well, yeah, you'd have to decide now.
Dun, Don't trust the dice gods. Don't trust the dice gods. Don't trust the dice gods. But just maybe. Sure, let it go.
Letting it go? Alright.
Okay, good.
Yep, only 5 damage.
Let me roll a con save real quick for bless. Yeah, it's good. It's still up.
Awesome. Take your 5 damage.
I already did.
Awesome. Anybody want to switch?
Let's get Dav up there.
Love it. Oh, darling.
Yes. Switch me again.
Alright, and the faded wraiths are going to switch with the bolstered wraith. Because they sure as fuck do not want to be booty bothered by this. Alright, Dav. Decimate the encounter. I believe in you.
Yes. So first, we're going for the top one. Yes.
Alright.
Why are you so immortal?
It hits. That's definitely enough. Should be.
Yeah, that is actually twice its health.
And feeling the pulse of the rhythm, we're going to go for the badly injured one right here.
Alright. He's gonna think that he missed a bullet, like he just dodged a bullet. It's like, no, he's dying, and you. That hits. Ooh.
Oh,
Blasted.
yep.
And now we're going back to the barely injured one.
The one that's been ridiculed this whole time.
Just a pendulum.
Perhaps you will no longer have to hear it.
The bless can save that. Yeah,
Yep.
it saved it.
Okay, cool.
That hits. 11 damage.
Wow.
No,
Oh.
actually, darn.
Oh, I am sorry you still have to hear poor insults. I tried.
Wait.
Wait, the Kenku is canceling me. Kill me.
Oh,
You wrote 3 Twinlongers about me. I can't get it anymore. I've reached my weight
I
limit.
haven't written the third yet.
He has a manifesto. He's writing more.
He's gonna try and like. I really want it to where he tries to just fly over to fucking Mario to just be like,
Throttle
fucking
me.
stop.
Yeah.
Is that what he wants to do?
Is that what he wants to do?
yes. Would he like to leave my area of attack?
He can't even reach me.
He can't even reach you.
Must death.
You're a more
Oh.
viable person to try and just drag down with him.
Oh, that is too bad.
Wisdom, save. Wisdom.
Alright, so it's 1, and then the other 2 are going after you as well. 2, 3. So the first
Nope.
one would have been a 15, and the last one would have been a 14.
They're copying homework.
Yeah, they fucking
I'm-
copied homework.
I'm a 17, I think.
Yeah, you're back to a 17 because your turn came back around.
Yeah.
Alright, Mario.
Cancel him.
Back Knuckles.
No, please. I can't handle it anymore.
Oh.
You have a manifesto. Don't make me touch grass. I don't like this anymore.
May I offer
Oh. I
cringe
see.
damage?
Oh, goodness.
No. I have dignity. I can't.
Oh, goodness. Goodness. No.
I took it last session and survived.
You see, this lovely little vicious mockery is going to the other one.
Oh god, fuck you guys!
Look at
You
your
got off easy! Both of you are not even hurt! I've been taking all of this!
It's hard to understand you, but it's funny.
The panic.
Alright, so this one.
You will slack your friend.
Oh, you're hurting these Wraith's feelings.
I mean, they are a bunch of nerds. They're scholars.
Yeah.
Is this what it feels like? Yes, this is what it feels like.
I feel no pain this day.
All right. Mm. What do I want to do? Considering things. What's this one's HP at currently?
This one?
Yeah.
12.
Wow.
Oh, that
7 and below for 3 turns.
Don't worry, just give me enough time and I'll get the last one in on it.
You know what? The smart move is to play it safe. Shio slaps herself for all 10 points of her lay on hands.
Wow.
I am playing it smart here.
Welcome back
That's
to
a lot
the
of
17
healing.
health.
Ah, that was nice. I don't like you giving him help.
Why are these people so mean?
Oh, wait. D4 could save that. That's a D6. Nope. That definitely saved it.
Yep. Wow!
Exact. Take this cringe!
Ooh.
Doesn't get insulted once, immediately dies by by the paladin.
That was cringe. Prepare to receive cringe in return.
No! No!
Alright, let's see. How cringe are you?
He's not based, but he is not cringe.
We'll fix that.
I love how this guy's just sitting here uninjured, like, what on earth is happening to everyone?
The drift agent doesn't give a damn about what's happening right now.
He did stand still, didn't he?
Yes, he did, so he is invisible.
See, that man is base because he turns invisible.
One with the drift.
Alright. Good.
That hits if he's attacking one of the. Wow, that's not based.
Oh, unfortunate.
Was incredibly unfortunate. I'm so.
Well, hey, look, at least he's being professional about it and giving an apology.
As long as you keep trying, there is no failure.
No, that's pretty cringe.
That was a bit of a failure.
No, he
yeah.
can't. Well, at least you don't get the bonus. But that's pretty cringe, man.
I technically get it because of this guy down here.
Oh no, poor Dev.
Yeah. So, time for me to take a swing. 20
Yeah, that
total.
hits.
Mm.
Man, remember,
Um.
it's not dealing the vial damage, it's just normal damage.
Yeah, I think I can probably take the damage.
Alright.
Don't worry, you're still immortal.
5 damage.
Is she?
I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
This combat happened directly after another. Well, yeah, it might have been enough rounds at
Not
this
yet,
point. It
no.
only lasted a minute.
It's been enough rounds. I'm not
Wait,
immortal.
no, it's a concentration thing.
Oh. Yeah, but you would have to be actively, I think, rolling for it.
Fine.
It's
Right.
fine. I can take 5. I've taken it. It's all good. No worries.
Alright. Priston! Oh my god,
Yeah.
so zoomed out. There we go.
All right. I'm going to fire another Ray of Frost at the bolstered one.
All right. That hits.
Ah. Ah. These rolls. That will end my turn.
All right. Wow.
I like my spot.
The Bolster Wraith has no faith that these two are going to survive and is going to be like, hey, you should probably switch with me.
In that case, can I switch with like? Hey, can I switch with you, Mario?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll switch with Mario.
So you're going to switch with Mario?
Yep, all the effective people up front. Wait, no, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He has been incredibly effective. He has been gaslighting every Wraith, specifically one Wraith, and then it turned into two.
He's been doing more than me.
So
Give
you
me enough
switch
time
with
and I'll
Mario?
gaslight the last two.
Yeah, can I switch with Mario? I guess. Or
Yeah, sure, I'm down with that.
All right. Okay. Dav, you're up.
All right. So, do I need to roll an insight to figure out how many HP the bolstered one has left?
Because you know what their max hit points are, and you know like what their generalized immunities are. I can just tell you their current health, which his current health is 49.
Hmm.
A lot.
yeah, you're better just getting rid of these other ones.
Okay. Well, then we'll just start at the bottom, ignoring the bolstered, and we'll go with this fellow right here.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
No exploding. But
But 20 is not enough to kill him, eh?
No, you're down to 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh! One you say.
pity.
You're gonna fucking
Political
gaslight him again?
eyebrows.
I suppose that's everything for me.
What?
Sam Club has Baja Blast.
Sam's Club has Baja Blast?
Yeah, we have 36
Baja
champions,
Blast?
and we're going to fucking Sam Club. I don't care what you say.
What, tomorrow?
But whenever, I want my fucking Baja Blast.
All right, we'll go Thursday.
what
Yeah.
the fuck?
I want a Baja Blast.
Man, she's got a high for Baja Blast, I guess.
If you love Baja Blast.
Baja Blast party? Is that what I'm hearing? After session?
Yeah.
Baja Blast is pretty good, guys.
We're going to be trying the Ghost Pepper Wendy's burger.
Oh no, I
On
forgot.
the Ghost Pepper Ranch. Love it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Have you had it?
We're putting Mario through the experience.
I've had the Ghost Pepper Ranch Wendy's burger, and the thing that I hate about it, because it's only one thing that I don't like about it, it was incredibly dry when I had it.
Mm.
You'd figure with it using ranch, it would like be a bit more moist. It's like, no, it was just an incredibly dry piece of chicken that had like a relatively bitter sauce. Because I mean, it's ghost pepper. It's gonna be a bit
It's
bitter.
Ghost Pepper. Yeah, it's bitter.
So it's like it didn't
Ghost
have like a
Pepper is
good
what,
taste
2
experience.
steps beneath the Caroline Reaper.
Ghost Pepper doesn't have flavor, it's just hot.
Yeah, it's just capsaicin. It's like concentrated pain. Even though it's like the burger, like honestly, in terms of spice profile, like I would say that it's decent at being able to do it. But if it had a bit more flavor to it, like to the outright sandwich as a whole, I think it would be great. I think it would have had the potential to be like amazing. Like if I were to give it like a rating, I would rate it like a 7.5.
So what things do I need to cook to make it in the Mr. Chef?
Well, let's see. I have a lot of spices.
That's what I thought.
I have like a whole list if you want me to like post the list.
Someday when I get the farms going, and I have trade and can buy seeds.
Look upon my fields. I grow only peppers.
Remember, I'm gonna use food against you.
Because isn't it true that birds can't taste spice? So,
I know, right?
you know.
That is tragic.
Well, it's
No,
good
no,
because
no.
then you can
It
do
just means
spicy
that I
bird
eat
feed.
the
And
pepper that's magical and gives me fire breath, and I don't feel any of the negative side effects of eating it.
right.
Well, actually,
that's
there
pretty
is
tragic.
negative side effects because you don't have the proper digestive system to deal with the capsaicin upsetting your stomach, so you'll die of stomach cramps. Oddly
Dang.
enough.
Dang
Pity.
it.
Also, fun fact involving while we're on the spicy stuff before we go on to Priston's turn, whom of which he's probably going to just blast the dude that is trying to assault his wife.
Yes, definitely.
So if you take red pepper flakes, and if you have like a property like line, like an outright property line, you deal with a lot of wild animals. Take those red pepper, can't do words. Red pepper flakes, and put them around the outskirts of your property line, because the pads on a lot of animals' feet are incredibly sensitive to the capsaicin that's in it, and it will cause a reaction, and they will leave your property because they treat that as you marking your property, like your territory.
Yeah.
And for those of you in chat and those of you here, yes, it does hurt the animal, but it is easily washed off, and most of the time they'll actually lay down and lick their paws to get that off, and then after that they're just dealing with the saliva eventually dying back the capsaicin. But that's how they're able to easily deal with it after the fact. But they won't invade
a
upon
natural
property.
deterrent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm about to fire another ray of frost at the guy attacking my wife. Hey-ya.
That is.
Yes.
This one's
Button.
close.
Damage button.
Damage button.
Oh, I tried.
Button. Damage.
I have tried. I've frozen. I need to damage.
6.
6. That brings
Hey.
it down to 42
43.
or 40.
That will end my turn.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
One little pew pew at a time.
Darn. So I could just use an item interaction to pull out a torch, right? So
Yeah.
Would that automatically light it as well, or would I have to spend a sort of action?
You would have to spend an action to light it.
Because since the torch is not a proper weapon, it would just only do how much damage would a unlit torch do if I just threw it?
It'd be a club.
That'd be a club.
Yeah, it would be a
Alright.
club, so it would do club damage, which is like a d6.
Yeah, I'll pull out as an item interaction. I'll pull out one of my my torches. I'll just use it real quick. And I would like to throw it at the near-death one that's at 1 HP.
What the fuck? Alright.
Just throw a stick.
Alright, so should I just roll my short sword for the sake of ease?
Yeah, roll the short
Thank
sword.
goodness.
Alright.
So help me God.
Ow.
No matter what, the minimum damage would kill it.
Yep, there we
But
go.
like d6,
Just
he's
hit
dead.
it in the head with a stick.
Gone. Ah. Alright. We got ourselves a bit of a White Expanse standoff. Man, I'm pretty cringe.
You can't figure it out.
Takes another 3 damage from cringe.
Nah, no. Not while we're in combat. Not while it's important combat. I'll do it for fun out of combat, and then I can live with my consequences for later, but right now, no.
I am going to attack Dav,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to two-hand my weapon doing it.
Okay.
That just means he's doing a d10 if he hits.
Ooh, close. Oh wait, no, that's just a regular 18.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 1 above Dav's AC.
That's fine.
So you're
Go
gonna take
ahead. Yeah.
it? Alright.
Yeah.
Minimum damage. Man, that was pretty cringe. You rolled min.
Yeah, he should take cringe damage. Feel bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
you
Hi,
want
Mario.
him to take cringe damage? Did I hear?
Yeah,
Are
that's-
we making the bullstring one cringe?
Make
Yes.
him cringe.
You deal minimum damage.
Deal your damage.
Ah,
This is the most effective his vicious mockery has been this whole time. Like, none of them have landed yet, except for, like, this combat.
DC 10. It's a DC 10. It's so low.
He has a plus
I have
1!
no charisma, but I am vicious.
He is vicious.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Alright, time for me to... Oh, shit. Who do I pick? Fuck it. D2. 1, 2. You.
Yeah, this is definitely the White Expanse standoff. Miss.
That doesn't fucking hit.
Wow,
Ding,
nothing
ding,
besides
ding, ding, ding,
these
ding,
bolster
ding,
ones have
ding,
been able to
ding.
hit me.
Pew. Oh,
That's pretty cringe of you.
unfortunate. He's helping. He's definitely helping.
Oh yeah, he has been trying to help, and he's been doing somewhat good, but that's still pretty cringe rolling a 1.
It's more than what this is doing. He's been standing there the whole time.
I'm
Yeah, I blessed him.
defending the ones in the back. In case any of these would have come through. If you want me to move in, I'll move in.
It would be appreciated.
You're fine doing whatever your heart calls you to. No worries.
Watch him one-shot this thing.
Twirling.
That's my friend.
Yeah.
Nice.
Holy motherfucker.
Dun dun dun. Ho ho ho. Want to switch with me again?
Of course, dear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
Alright, so... Dav and Priston. Skadoosh.
Nice. Alright. Darn. So you said a torch would just act as a club?
Yeah, and you threw the one, but it's Dav's turn.
What? How?
I was in front of Priston.
Oh, you're in front. Oh, never mind. There you go.
I switched. Yeah.
Do,
Okay.
do, do,
There you
do.
go. My bad.
Yeah. So, alright, then for the time being, can you put a club in my inventory? Because I will pull out another torch with my item interaction.
Alright.
Nice. Alright. You, good sir, are getting the slam. First off, short.
Hit.
I think I got the
Short.
fly. Alright.
Did you get it?
4 damage. Alright. Then you're getting the club Deluxe.
Bless.
Oh,
miss.
you lucky.
Just by one.
Man, I'm pretty cringe.
Damn.
Oh, he's definitely within good killing range for you, Dev.
Thank you. And she swings at the injured one.
Hit.
That is the first time you rolled that low.
Well,
Wait, it's
Still
not,
good.
It's not dead?
It's not.
Nani?
Yeah.
I thought it was hurt more than that.
It's down to 2 health.
Shit. Why don't we try?
I'm surprised you're still alive.
Ooh, me?
No. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's not
got.
a very nice thing to say to your comrade.
I have to give it to him. He's pretty base for lasting this long.
I don't like
Based.
I'm attacking Dav at disadvantage
Mm-hmm.
because I got Ray of Frosted. Is that correct?
the-
Like Ray of Frost
no,
does
this-
that?
Ray of Frost.
Ray-
Vicious
Vicious Mockery.
blows.
Oh
I
yeah.
think it was the mockery that did it.
Hello.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So disadvantage. Yeah, he got bullied.
Bullied.
Yep.
Man,
So that's a
you're pretty
miss.
cringe.
Wait.
Okay. Priston.
Alright, so the bolstered wraith, how much HP does he still have?
38.
Oh, 38. Well, in that case, I'm going to hit him with another one of my where did it go?
The other alchemist flask?
I thought I had another one.
Yeah, you had 2.
Oh. I
You
only
actually-
used one.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. I should have had one more.
Yeah, I think it might have consumed both. I'll
You
give you
might have
another
just deleted them both.
Oh, weird. I was gonna
Um,
try and catapult another one at him.
I would say save it because there is still the real chance that there might be more after these 2.
Yeah.
Right. Alright, well, I'll hit him with a regular Ray of Frost then.
one. Okay.
Hacha! Hacha! Get blasted. That'll end my turn.
All right. After you is Mario, which is going to be full of insults that will be thrown somebody's way.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. You know what?
I think you should hit the bolster.
Yeah, but I could kill this guy with his.
Yeah, but this one's been pretty based, and we don't like it if this one hits.
Oh, well, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
you know what? I bet you smelled better when you were alive.
All right, so it's on this one.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he did smell pretty good.
Oh, he did? I'm a bird. I can't smell. Dang it.
How dare you insult? You don't know what products I use. I have a good skincare routine.
All right, Drift Agent, whom of which does not give a damn. One with the drift is going to activate because he didn't move. Invisible. He's going to take a shot
Come on.
and miss.
Ah, dang it.
Turn invisible. Oh, he's invisible.
Yes. He was.
You know, that's a question we should have been asking. Like, how far does their sight go?
Oh, well, I suppose next time we can insight.
I'm gonna target Shio.
I know I called you based, but man,
Uh,
yeah, come on.
I'm gonna target your dexterity score. DC 13 save.
Oh, and the D4.
oh no.
Oh no.
That's not good. Okay. Why is that file?
Because that's it. That's how I'm able to have it described as like permanent
Okay.
loss for that. So now you're down to a
Ah.
9 dexterity.
Yep.
Dun.
I feel slow.
Not nearly as debilitated as Mario. Okay, he took a lot. He.
I feel slow. Let me just put it in my notes. I need to heal that.
Okay, so that was the Wraith.
I never should have let him live. Clearly.
Well, he was too dangerous to be kept alive.
I don't know, guys.
Our poor
Did I kill
Shio.
him?
How will she recover?
I'm pretty cringe right now.
By the way, make your Constitution check for that, because that was a successful attack roll on you. It could have
did?
disrupted your concentration.
Okay. I'll say it didn't have damage, so.
You're good.
Am I? Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Good.
Wait, that exploded. Yeah, I'm pretty good.
So good.
Oh my goodness.
Man, he needed that 25.
Iron Belly.
He's more than good. Great. So, anybody switching or no?
I think we're pretty good. All things.
I am content.
Alright.
I would say the only if we were gonna switch, maybe just Mario and Preston, so Preston could do a bit more damage. But
Hmm.
Mario getting another vicious mockery off potentially.
Yeah, Mario's
getting this.
consistent.
Mario consistency.
Give him disadvantage.
Yeah,
oh, we're
that
doing
would
it
be nice.
again? We're doing it again? Okay.
Hit him
me-
again. Give him a
May
good
have-
one.
You act like I know what I'm saying, but I don't. I could just say, you're an emo kid, and move on with my life. Yep.
Oh,
The varsity team and listen to jazz. How dare you say if I was an emo kid, I've never even heard of My Chemical Romance.
Mm,
sure.
Swinging for the near death one.
Alright.
And a swing.
Yep.
And a hit.
Yeah, he's gone.
Uh-huh.
You.
And
Deleted.
then coming in
that
a
was one.
full spin all the way around, I'm gonna hopefully cleave into the side of this bolstered guy.
Alright.
Quick, he's distracted. He's looking at me.
That hits. Oh my god.
No exploding, but that was a good hit.
That was
Man.
a good hit. His ready to
What's-
action is going off. And he'll miss anyway.
Oh,
Oh. Well,
He was trying to go and kill it. He took a,
What's its current HP?
its current HP is 11.
All right.
oh, don't forget to ask the question because I totally forgot.
How far does their special soul sight go, or living sight go?
Their life sense goes out to 30 feet.
Okay.
Aha.
Right. Good to know. Stand 30 feet away. Then they can't see you.
you shout to no one.
What? He's right there. All right. So. All right.
You shout in no direction in particular, to not give away anyone.
Alright.
It
I'm just
doesn't
gonna-
matter. They're within 30 feet.
Just gonna start off with a good old stab, which hits.
Mm-hmm.
Bless. Then 3 damage. Could I? I guess this is a question. Could I use an item interaction now to light my torch?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it just a normal club dealing an extra 1 point of fire damage?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, does that make it a magical? No.
No.
not
No! It's-
Fire is naturally magical, you know.
Alright,
It's
let's
pretty.
see. D4 Bless would save that.
Yep.
On.
The only magic fire that's like amongst you is the one that Dav is wielding.
So another 3 bludgeoning damage and 1 fire damage.
Have your chains not?
Nah, I rolled a 4 again.
He hasn't been able to get them back.
I did once, and then I used it to kill the one that was being cringe.
Gosh.
This is round 9. Okay, so next round Bless would go down, but well, next round would be the last round. It'll stay up, unless I get really far ahead in the initiative. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. He is near death. He is afraid. Well, no, he's not really afraid, but I guess I fear
He's
for him.
scared.
He's like my son, and I basically sent him to the
make
slaughterhouse.
You can make him make a morale check or something. I mean, he's currently surrounded. Does he really care about his afterlife that much?
Wow.
Nah.
Who's he attacking?
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Hey, attacking him.
Miss, I would assume.
Nope.
No.
Oof.
Damn, he hit with a 12.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
That's fucking tragic.
It's because he came in with battered and broken armor because you did pull him from hell.
Oh my
wow.
god, I need to fix that.
So, time for me to go a-swinging and deal that whole whopping 5 necrotic damage.
Let's see how.
Still
Let's see.
deal near minimum damage.
Injured.
Priston,
HP is it?
Yeah.
you're up.
All right. I'm gonna shoot him.
Get
You got
that
shoot?
killing blow.
I'm gonna blast him because Dav has been decimating all that. That
That's
missed.
not enough. I missed.
No.
That's what I got.
Alright. Drift agent. Let's see here.
You must find it in your heart to hit.
He needs to be
Rip your gun.
not there. Yeah, that works. Never mind. Alright, time for him to take a shot. This is at advantage because he can't see him now. Oh!
He is gone.
Oh. Oh, and one exploded. Yes. 36 damage.
Nice.
Right.
Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah. Now to roll to see if 50 more show up.
So,
As combat ends. Combat ends. Everybody else kind of like tries to reconvene and move forward. Actually, he reaches down to pick up the fell blade.
Okay.
And let's see what he gets with this. But he doesn't know what the fuck it is.
Well, First off, did it even drop? Because you did say the Fellblades are specifically made from them. Now they're gone.
They are made from them, but these two did drop their Fellblades. So this one and this one dropped their Fellblades.
Is it similar to the ones from the what are they called? The waning race, or no, they're different, I guess. Can
I can't say unless you roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I roll a religion check?
She's going to back up just in case it's another weapon-eating sword.
Did someone say religion check?
7.
Neither of you got anything on that. And yes, we did say religion.
I can do all of the checks, technically. But I'm far away. And I'm scared of jumping over the pit again.
Do you need a boost?
I'm scared of being thrown over the pit again and into the lava like a donkey.
I will help you. I won't throw you. I will push as you jump.
Push as a jump. Oh no.
Yes, to give you an advantage in your little hop.
Oh.
That you do not worry.
Okay. Advantage.
What? A push.
Yeah, you're good. It's like 5 feet.
There you go.
Mario did it. Da, 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 da. I was just being careful, Gritalis. If it's like those waning rates, it might try to eat your weapon.
Let's see.
A weapon that serves no purpose. So why not take theirs?
Well, the last ones were parasites, and I don't know if these would count as parasites.
Ooh, all is where? Uninjured, badly injured, but she jumped across, barely injured.
I need to.
How much healing do I have? I have a lot of healing.
Oh.
And his morning star is gone.
Like, you just ate his morning star?
Yep.
As he walks by, I'm just gonna.
Oh, I'm receiving some healing.
Barely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, she was gonna put her sword, like, right over here, on, like, leaning on the wall here. She's gonna go over to this one.
Hmm?
She's gonna touch it with the torch.
Okay. The body begins to burn.
Oh, I meant the blade.
Oh, the blade.
The blade begins to burn.
Okay, the blade begins to burn.
Okay.
Still burning, still smoldering. Make a perception check.
Yes. She will offer a small prayer. May your ashes find use to the plants. Because I am a paladin of Yggdrasil. Yes, I am. I'm doing my paladin duties.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
Paladin duty.
Then look back over to her sword.
Yeah, your sword's still there.
Did any of the scholars drop their lanterns?
Let us roll for that
That's why I came
we
over
have
here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 lanterns.
I would like to Arcana check one.
I would
Okay.
like to religion check one.
Also okay.
Hey!
Oh, there you go.
Hey! This is what's been waiting for.
Damn. I get to give you guys 2 separate bouts of information.
Oh, what? Okay.
Well, because it's 2 different things.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Religion check. These lanterns hold the latent soul of the waning wraith. Sorry, faded wraith. With it holding the soul of the faded wraith, you are able to use this to speak with dead if you attune to the item. However, attuning to the item has issues. This is me giving the religion check. Attuning the item has some issues. First, you have to be able to enter the lantern. This is something that you do through the attunement, where your body is left vulnerable. You have an hour in game to be able to get out of the lantern without using magic. If you're able to get out of the lantern without using magic and beating the trials within it, you will not only attune to it, but also the lantern will provide you aid. This aid, however, is unknown. Even though that you rolled as high as you did on your religion check, the aid is unknown that you receive. Furthermore, the Speak with Dead is an innate ability of the lantern, and you can use it as many times as you wish. The more
And for this Speak with Dead, you have to have the body in question and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah, like normal speak with dead. Got it.
But there is a caveat to that. If you ask more than 5 questions, there is a chance that the spirit of the body will go back into it, and it will rise as a revenant.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Cool, though.
The Arcana check. The lantern itself has soulbinder magic attached to it. The soulbinding magic allows one, if they are diligent enough to transcribe the runes upon the chain, which the runes are already transcribed upon this, but if they were to attach the chain to themselves, this could be done through a multitude of means. Like you could just wrap it around your waist as an example. But if you attach the chain to yourself, it will allow you to soulbind a creature. This acts similar to a soul trap spell, with the condition that you're able to actually make a pact with the creature. Upon making this pact with the creature and summoning it, you act as a warlock patron in some respects.
So would that be the boon that you described, or with my religion check, or no?
Well, that's me. That's me saying involving the Arcana check. It's up to you guys to like discern whether or not like there's things that coincide with each other involving them.
Let's see. With my high enough religion check, would that allow me to also know if I can like free these souls that are trapped in here?
Both of them point to yes, you can free them, but in different circumstances.
What's my circumstance?
Your circumstance is praying for the soul. Mario's circumstance is the lantern needs to be broken. So those are the two circumstances. You either break the
Mario just-
lantern or... Oh,
Did Mario just yoink one?
I'm expecting
You're
him to
saying-
just toss it in the lava.
Did you take one?
Yes. Here, if you require this of me, I can even shiny.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
That wasn't even that. Shio will most certainly pray for at least one of them right now.
Yeah.
So what do I need to do?
Well, you could roll a religion check, or you could RP this and say a prayer to the god that you believe would willingly accept this soul.
Alright. Shio will pray to Yggdrasil.
Okay.
Yggdrasil, I ask you to take this soul into its next cycle. For this one is over, but there are more ahead of it. Why is there so many?
Well, these are all the dead ones, so.
Yeah. Let the cycle of nature continue. From unlife to life to life to unlife.
As you finish the prayer, all of the bodies burn under the plants. And then all of them are enveloped by the plants themselves, wrapping like a death shroud of flame as they all fade.
I did a good thing today. That includes... No, would Shio... Honestly, this would be... I want to keep one of the lanterns, but I want to see if Shio wants to keep it. Because this is just like a 50-50 shot for her. So...
It's up to you.
I mean, I have one, so I'm good.
50 or lower, she would also pray for it. 51 or higher, she would keep it. She's keeping one of the lanterns.
Alright.
Intrigued by it.
So we'll put that in equipment.
I've got a shiny.
So
Da
then
da
pick
da
up
da
the
da
sword
da da.
and walk over to the rest. Well, that was exciting. Man,
It
Yes,
was such a beautiful fight, no?
Hopefully
know
no
it-
more like that.
a torch can really hurt.
Yes, I saw you throw your stick at that one. Very effective.
She'll also unlight the one torch in her hand and put it away. Would it just be a regular club now, or would that still be a...
Oh, it'd be a club now.
Okay, so I'll just... No, time to get along. How are we gonna make that?
Well.
Since first we must do something with the bear trap, remember? Do not just go jumping.
Oh,
I'm glad
Bear
somebody
trap.
remembered.
It's in
I
the bush.
suppose I could go and try and take care of it.
No, I'm throwing a javelin at it. Let us see.
Oh, okay.
Alright, you
Nice.
throw the javelin at the bear trap, and as it collides into the bear trap, it dislodges it as there's a loud snap as it breaks your javelin, and the trap tumbles and teeters over towards the edge, but lingers ever so slightly over here, but it is technically disabled.
That's some free money right there.
That is a good rogue, the barbarian is.
There, problem fixed. You may go.
Right. Before I jump, Gritalis, I saw that your armor's a bit beaten up.
Yes.
I can fix it if you want when we have time.
I do not want your bastardized mark to touch me, if it's all the same to you.
Hey, I'm a smith first, a demon spawn second.
I would prefer not.
Alright. But the offer's on the table. Yeah, this is just gonna be pain. Excuse me, Priston.
Mm-hmm. By all means.
She would be where Priston is, and she's gonna do a running jump to try to cross to the other side.
Mario will remember this.
So, what's the DC?
See, 25 feet. So it's minus 17. So you'd be able to clear out to here. This is the remainder. So that is a DC 15 athletics check.
Nice.
Oh! Oh!
I made it!
Yeah.
Bravo.
Not bad. Not bad.
I'm grabbing the trap.
All right.
I'm gonna die.
Shio's gonna be doing what she did like at the last jumps, and will ready. See if she can ready her chain to grab somebody in the worst possible scenario.
All right.
So, no, my chains are not ready.
Just use a rope.
Well, how's a rope gonna help?
How's a chain gonna help?
I can.
Here's an important question. Do we all need to go all the way over there?
Well, I would say for
How many?
safety reasons, in case more of the wraiths pop up.
Yes, that is probably a good plan.
Oh, I remembered what I was gonna try to ask. Fuck. She was gonna
This
look
is a-
up.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Is there any?
Obvious.
Yeah. Is there any big stalactites, stalagmites, stalactites? I don't remember what's the obvious.
Tights, because they're hanging on.
Yeah. There's a C in stalactite, which means ceiling, and then there's the G in stalagmite, which is ground.
So a stalactite. So okay. Is there one on the ceiling that could potentially? Because my idea is if we can chip away at one, it could fall down and make a platform to make this easier.
Yes.
I like that answer.
Mhm.
How high is the ceiling?
How high is the ceiling?
Yeah.
About 45 feet up.
Yeah.
If I
He had mentioned
shout
last
a
time.
vicious mockery at it, will it damage you?
Rocks don't have feelings unless it has googly eyes. We know this. And if you insult pet
Try
rocks,
telling
I'm
that
going to hurt you.
Rocco from Elmo's World.
So, since it's really hot in here, if Priston kept shooting it with Ray of Frost, could, like, we say, shoot it with the Daz's gun and a combination of other things to hit it where it's weakened because it's colder than where everything else being hotter?
Yes.
All right, let's try it then. I'm just gonna shoot several times.
Actually, need to think about structural integrity.
There we
yes,
go.
yes. You want to shoot at the ceiling of the cave that we're all in.
I don't know what skill. I guess survival or nature. Would that be able to tell me how if I could determine the structural integrity of the ceiling.
Either or.
Alright, then.
I feel.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's some
That's a
quality
solid
crap.
ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, look
Hey.
at that. Nature made that.
Yeah.
Nature made that.
Did you say nature or survival, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm better. I'm not that much better.
I don't know. 6 is pretty significant. You got over twice what he got. There are certain ones that if you hit them and bring them down, it can cause structural collapse by it also pulling some of the weight of the ceiling with it as it's collapsing. Because there's no way you can get a proper clean cut all the way around. So there's going to be more weight on certain sides than others. So it can cause the ceiling to collapse in. But at the very same time, a lot of these seem structurally sound enough that they're not going to break down the ceiling. But with that roll, let's see how many are bad.
Bad exploding?
There are
All of
9 that are bad that you cannot use. I will place
Oh.
tiles that represent them.
Okay.
So, cannot do that. Cannot do that. While I place these, you can continue doing stuff.
Oh. Well, in that case.
These are the bad ones, by the way.
I assume
You're
you're-
a weak rock, barely hanging on.
I don't think it has any googly eyes.
Damn it.
I assume you also place good ones?
I will be placing good ones shortly. That's 5,
You got 4 more.
6,
Oh, that's a really big one. Or, yeah.
7, 8, and the last one being over here. Those are all the bad ones.
Okay.
How many good ones are there?
3.
3 good.
Good ones are
Well, that's definitely good.
that one, that one,
That's good.
Okay.
and the last one is
Oh, that definitely helps. Holy shit.
so.
Okay.
There you go.
So then, I guess the plan would be Priston and the Daza chipping away, or Priston freezing it enough, and then Daza shooting it to knock it off.
Make these
All
blue so
right.
they stand out.
Hello. This happened a few times. My foundry has crashed because everybody's moving around now. It was easier in combat, but
Oh, that's true.
I've got theater of the mind here while watching the stream.
So, Shio will then say. So, how's that plan sound?
Sounds like a good plan. I'll pull up my sleeves and pew 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 fire several frost blasts.
Alright. So you're just hitting like the ones that are good, so this one.
Yeah, this good one nearest to us.
Alright. You hit that one. Let me place a tile there. Well, apparently, never mind. It doesn't want to be that great, so I'll just go and change the color of this to brown then.
Brown.
that's not even easy to see through.
Here, how about we just make it green?
Yeah, I'll make it green.
Means it's good.
There we go.
Just had an aggressive acknowledgement in my mind that we are literally playing the floor is lava.
Alright, and then just to make sure, I don't know, a perception check or something to see if this is like slowly sinking or is it settled?
This one is settled.
Okay.
If I labeled it, here's how this helps, because I know that you guys would be concerned about if it would actually like stay deep enough into the magma lake that you're in. The ones that are labeled as good will also be fine as platforms, period.
Okay.
Okay.
The ones that are bad are a mix of either like they will collapse the ceiling or they will just outright sink.
Yep, that should be good. Should be an easier time for everybody getting across.
Or in the case of this one, where it's basically useless.
Alrighty, I'm going to stay where I am and I guess help people until everyone can get across and then just fly over.
What's he doing?
He's shooting down the other ones
Oh,
that are considered
it's
good.
reasonable to do it now.
He's got time, he's got a gun. He's like, fuck it.
Okay. Well, Dove will try to jump so that she can clear the launching pad for other people. And she'll try to go here first.
Alright, which... You're good?
And then she'll try to go here second.
Okay. You're good?
Yeah, Shio's ready, just waiting here to help try to catch anybody in case they fuck up.
Same.
I mean, yeah, it's only like a 5 gap.
It's just DC 5 for these people.
Easy now.
Made it.
It's a DC 5 all the way.
Made it. Oh no.
Yep, gonna attempt to try to catch him.
Okay.
I guess, would it be like a dexterity check?
Yep.
Alright. Just straight dexterity?
Mm-hmm.
12.
Alright. And this is with the chain, or you're just running over to like grab?
Running over because I couldn't. Well, I guess would I have had another opportunity to try the chain?
You'd have another opportunity.
Nope.
Alright, so yeah, you're reaching out to grab. Alright, I need you to make a strength check to hold him, otherwise he's falling in.
Yeah!
There you go.
There we go. That's nice.
It's just like grabs arm, forearm just picks up like baby.
Thank you.
Like, but
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We're all in this together.
And we all live.
Just barely made it. Okay, you know what? Shio's gonna get onto the platform to help, and just in case. Alright, well, no, Harla's doing alright. Come on, Harla, you can do it.
See, it is not so hard.
Oh, even if he rolls a minimum, he's fine.
Look at him. He's so cool. I wish I could be that cool.
Roll a 1.
I can't. I'm a bird. And I'm probably gonna die.
Or
Oh,
not.
oh.
You're like a chicken, you're just flapping in the air.
He's prepared to
Am I
grab
gonna be
you.
okay? Oh, I can be cool, just like
How
And
must it
only-
feel for the bad guy to to be one-upped by all of you? Alright, and then of course Priston is able to fly, and as such,
Yep, I'll just fly right over there. If someone would kindly
Well-
move me.
well, what would he have gotten? He would have made it, and what would the other one have been? Yeah, he still would have made it. Don't want to tucker him out.
Yeah, you know. I just hop. Wings resty.
I see you're looking at that gargoyle over there.
Yeah. Big interest.
Hmm?
Can we go see the gargoyle first?
Yeah.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
By all means, go ahead. Have a look.
Welcome.
Here to help Mario. Oh, he doesn't need it. It's minimum.
Mhm.
Don't worry, friend. We're coming to help.
Friend? New friend? Lovely bush.
Oh yes, lovely bush.
Oh yes, lovely bush. Awesome.
All right, Doc. What's it looking like?
It looks like that.
Ooh,
Nice.
I like. What is it?
This is a severely destroyed gargoyle. Its lower half is entirely missing. One of its wings seems to have been shattered and broken partially into his head, and half of his face is gone. The spout that goes from inside his mouth at the back of his throat to the back of his head is visible partially through the side of the broken bits of his head outright. Because I always utilize the fact that gargoyles are typically water spouts, so that is an aspect I have in all gargoyles in my setting. Is there is a hole at the back of their mouth that goes out the back of their head.
Oh, this poor fellow.
Are the parts around? Can I look for anything?
You could.
Yeah, Shio would also be looking for, like, if any of his actual bits are around.
I have given my best estimation.
Same.
You copied my homework.
Balance.
Yes. Balance.
Nothing but
all
copy
things
each other's
should be.
homework this whole time.
Yeah, we just keep
Balance.
we just,
All things
like,
should
we're
be.
moving around
I
looking for
copied
pieces.
the Valorant's homework, let's be honest, whenever I was jumping across the...
Yeah. Like, we're just looking around for pieces and we keep coming up with the same ones. No, I found it first.
Yes.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, he's not looking good. We're looking to see if there's any of him around to try to fix him up.
One moment. Let me see. Crack my knuckles, and I'm gonna summon my scouter and use my observer mark to see if I can see where those parts might be.
So you're consuming a usage for it?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. You proceed to go and pull your observer mark over your vision, and you see a fading magic within the gargoyle. And tracing from that very same magic, you're able to find the bits and pieces that remain from it. Bits and pieces that have parts of its soul. As it's resting upon what remains of it, and the dust that had been kicked up ever so slightly from them searching around is parts of this very creature. With your observer mark getting a 16, you also are able to discern what had rendered it into this state.
Mm.
And this is where I'm going to be showing this. So let me... It's very blurry, but actually, you know what? I can show it. I can show this. This works.
Just a giant salamander. Oh my.
I see.
Okay. I don't see.
Yeah, well, we don't see it. I assume this is like him getting like a premonition of what actually like killed it
Yes.
or damaged it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fire elemental? Or in fire
Or
harvester?
something. Looks like something fiery.
There is
Guys,
a
I
title.
think we should.
There's a title that you see with it too. Unbound King.
Guys, I think we should hurry it up down here and get out. Can I roll an Arcana check on that? Do I know if something like that could just be swimming around under the lava?
Yes, you can. You want me to roll that for you?
Yes, please.
All right. You know that if it's an elemental, then it could have persisted long after the destruction of this gargoyle. However, at the very same time, it has no reason to linger here unless the Daza had managed to draw it back out.
Nice. Well.
Darlene?
I'm gonna... Yes.
Everything okay?
I get a bad feeling about this place all of a sudden. The creature that they're messing with over there. Perhaps, it was defeated by something very big and very fiery. Elemental of some kind. It might not be around anymore, but then again...
You think better safe than sorry, no?
Better safe than sorry. Better to finish up here and leave as soon as we can. In any case, I'm gonna point out to the guys. I guess I'll fly over there real quick, or just hop over there real quick to point out where the other parts of the gargoyle are.
Would my knowledge as a tiefling and knowledge from my mother and all that, can I roll like a because I don't have anything like mending or that, or like stone
I have mending.
masonry tools to fix them. Could I roll like a specific check though, because of what I am?
Well, we'll go in order of things that have happened. So this is where like this at least helps in terms of these two. So if you want, you can go ahead and make a knowledge or arcana roll at advantage, because it's technically you having knowledge of the planes involving this.
Okay. Here we go. 13.
Okay. So as Priston moves on over and starts pointing out the bits and pieces of the gargoyle that can be put back onto it and can repair it, Mario, utilizing mending in the middle of all of this, aids in it being able to be properly put back together to some degree. A lot of its body was dusted via the damage that it took from fighting the Unbound King. And as this is occurring, Shio, you do remember some things involving gargoyles themselves. If a gargoyle refuses to move, that means that it feels as if that it's around threats. And this gargoyle hasn't moved since you first saw it.
Shio head will stand up straight. There's something around here.
Yes.
Can I roll a perception check?
Yes.
Hopefully not what defeated it in the first place.
No, whatever it is close if this gargoyle hasn't moved.
Maybe it is afraid of us.
You don't see anything of note. At least, not in this area. But further down the river of magma, you can hear the sounds of massive chains.
Does it sound like it's coming closer?
Sounds like they're just getting louder, but it doesn't sound as if they're getting closer, if that makes sense.
Hooray.
Like if it's using like greater force or something, but logically speaking, the safest conclusion would be that it's getting closer if it's getting louder.
Makes sense to me.
No.
Okay, and I'm gonna stand back up from our inspection. Time to get that chest and somehow leave.
We need to hurry. Whatever is causing it not to want to get up, I think it's coming closer.
New friend? Bring new friend?
She'll come on. She'll like I don't know what. Do I know what kind of senses this thing has? Or do I need to roll a check?
You know that it has the basic 5 small. Yeah, it has 5 senses. It doesn't have a sense of taste.
Is it face down in the dirt right now or face up?
Its face is to the side, looking down the very same way you looked.
Come on, friend. Hey, if you don't want to get smashed up anymore, we need to move.
I fix.
He is mostly
I fix
fixed.
him. I can fix him better.
No, you've done your best you can, but it's just
No, I can fix better. I could use stability.
Yeah.
That's true.
Ooh.
Yeah, if you want, go right ahead. You got any more charges?
He has 1
This
left.
is my last one if I do use it. Alright. Oi. Wake up, the sunrise, farm work. Yeah. I
My
believe
gargoyle's
that
nocturnal.
I can
A night shift, shut up.
revision to a previous state type deal with resurrection. Basically, repair.
You could fix up the parts that have been like actually dusted, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright.
Make like new. Slap, slap. The music stopped. Why does this keep happening? Stop letting the farmer touch things.
The music
okay?
didn't
He's a
stop. It
peasant.
just looped.
Oh, good.
Oh, now
Stop.
it's changed. Now it's changed.
No, the music's gone. Stop letting the farmer touch things. When he does, it ends really well.
The creaking of stone grinding against stone can be heard as it echoes in the small ante-chamber area against these craggy walls. The gargoyle, now basically fully restored due to the use of stability, proceeds to stand. It stands at a towering 11 feet tall as it looks at you, its face chiseled to appear like an orc's.
Who are you?
I couldn't quite catch that.
Why? Why did you say it?
Need to turn yourself up a little bit more.
My phone is breaking up.
Sorry.
Oh,
Also,
Why did you say it?
I looked Shio. New friend? Friend
Wow.
Shio. Yes, yes.
well,
Correct.
My mother said we should always be kind to gargoyles, and they would be kind in return.
Is why?
Is that why? But genuinely, yes.
Then what do you ask? What do you desire from
Well, since you're in these ruins, these are technically your ruins, and I wanted to ask permission for me and my compatriots to remain in the ruins, because that's proper etiquette to you gargoyles, but I saw that you were broken, and, that's not good.
the ones in rags have passed? They intend on releasing the red eggs.
Can you turn down, the mixing a little of the voice mod? It's a bit hard.
Yeah.
I think though I got the bit of understanding you were saying, the
Just-
Daza are intending to free the big guy.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, I bet.
Better.
I'll bring it down to 50. How's
Yeah, that'll
50?
work.
50's
That's-
good?
oh, 50 is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Hold on, let me hear that. Yeah, that's fine. Awesome.
Gravelly.
The ones in rags desire to release the red exile.
Uh-huh.
Is that the thing I'm hearing thrashing that way?
The thing you're hearing, the thrashing, those are the chains that bind this place.
Oh,
Oh, so it's like the protector of these ruins. If I'm understanding that properly.
Is that what you ask of me?
I guess right now, yes.
The ley lines of this place, of this fortress, had been converted to metal, given solid form, allowed to hold it together. And now it is far different. It is changed and broken. And yet these chains hold all of this expanse together.
Oh.
So many fireworks.
Yeah, well, at least we're not hearing them come through.
Yeah, we got a lot of popping on this end from me, but like I'm lighting up, so.
Yeah, we're not hearing it. We're not hearing any fireworks, so.
Gotcha.
So
My neighbors are all rednecks, so.
I have like 2 Vietnam vets that like they're just setting off fireworks left and right. They do that when it's not July. They'll do it in January. They'll do it in fucking like June. They'll do it any month.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't matter.
at all times.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, the ley lines of the White Expanse have been turned to metal throughout the entirety of the Expanse, or only here?
Only here, where the unbound king had placed them.
I see. Well, that's not good that they've been turned to metal, because that means they can be damaged. More reasonably, I guess. As a follower of Yggdrasil, I would assume this would fall kind of under their purview. Could I roll like a nature or religion check to understand how... if the ley lines being turned into metal is a good or bad thing? I would assume bad.
Yeah, you could do either or.
Alright, either will work. In this case, religion, I guess. No, I think nature would be better considering this is like an actual physical thing. 10.
You're unsure, but if it was changed into it, if it had detrimental effects, it probably would have already affected the area directly above, which so far it hasn't.
Alright then.
Ragged one?
The dozen. The ones in rags.
Oh.
And you said they're planning on releasing the...
Red Exile. The
Is
Red
that
Exile.
Is that different from the Unbound King?
Correct.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Red Exile. How to put... I don't even know how to say the word knoll. I want to know if it's the knoll from my vision.
If it's what?
The Red Exiles look.
I saw a knoll who was in red armor, and I saw the blue Ballaran in my vision.
Oh yeah, your meta knowledge.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Blue Ballaran. Is that him?
No, that's not him. Different
This one's
Ballaran.
black.
No, he's black. That's different.
That's reason. No, that.
That's racism.
Wait a minute, there's a blue one right there.
Also, no, I already checked that.
I know, I'm just.
Not dark enough. Also racism. Who's Red Exile?
Ola.
Okay.
What was that?
Ola.
Older.
Older. O-L-R.
Ola.
Write that name down, folks. Alright. Meanwhile, in my notes, Red Exile. Yep, that would be the name.
Ola.
Okay.
Alright. If they're trying to free him, where is he?
Bound ahead. through the passage that way. As he points to the north of the main group here on this little island, and to your guys' northwest.
To the antechamber.
Hmm. Well, that is the direction we were thinking of going probably after. But
Yeah, if we can get the chest open.
Except
Yeah.
for the scary room of sickness. We don't want to find that.
If it, we're just
I
assuming.
think that is probably the best.
Do we have your permission, since this is your ruins, to loot anything that you do not require?
You have saved my body and allowed me to continue. My purpose can continue elsewhere, and stay here.
Oh.
You are born of blood and scales of the zenith. With that, you may direct me as you see fit, but I will take my orders, and I will keep them. I will not take on any further. Whatever you desire of me, it must be absolute, like writing on stone.
Oh.
Basically, he's saying it's like if you want to go and take stuff from the chest without him getting upset, you basically have to ask, hey, is it okay if we're allowed to loot the place? Like, let us loot the place.
I mean, I just asked him if we could loot the place.
Yeah,
I
but you
don't
have to
think
tell
he-
them to let you do so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's because like they'll listen to
He's
whatever.
saying he takes command.
But he'll only take one command, and he'll only take it from Shio. And once he receives that command, he's going to just follow that one. He will not follow any further. If you tell him to defend the place, he will defend the place. If you tell him that he is to go back to Wayward's Respite, he will go back to Wayward's Respite. It's like these are things that like he will do, depending on what you tell him to do.
I guess just to ask, would like defend the party be a valid, order? Or does he need? Does he need like a physical place to go to? Like, is that like the limitation since he's a gargoyle?
He needs a place to call home, basically a place to defend. And other than that, if you tell him to defend the party, then your current party makeup is what he will defend. There is a chance that he will defend the Daza because you have a Daza in the group.
Yeah, I see where the loopholes can come from.
Yeah.
Unless I say don't defend the Daza. Basically, this is like a monkey paws. Like he will take anything I say absolutely to the library.
That is servitude.
Like writing on stone.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I guess would Shio be okay with this? I mean, Shio's not particularly okay with this. Like, she understands the only reason he's like this is because of her devil blood and all that, where he will only take orders and stuff. But at the same time, she doesn't want him to be staying here in case the Unbound King comes back and smashes him up again.
Why are you back up? Smash.
Yeah. So Shio will tell the gargoyle that his new home is Wayward's Respite, a village north of these ruins.
I will claim it, and I will defend it.
Yep, we already have some people there. They're nice. If you need to specifically talk to anyone, there's a nuke, a small little Balaran, and then there's Gala. He's the big red one. He likes to smash things. He can't talk to you, but I don't think he'll try to smash you as long as you tell, who sent you. By the way, my name is Shio.
This one
that
does not
thing,
have.
Oh, that's fine.
But by the way, I love how Mario just like made Gala's grunt in the in the background.
Would you like a name?
You may not give me a name. My name is granted from my home. I will find it there, for I have lost it here.
Oh, alright.
Interesting.
Safe travels.
I
am
think we
gargoyle.
did another job well done.
Alright. Successfully made a new friend and learned some things.
Falls into lava and dies.
Oh my
I know,
God.
right?
Come on, it's just at the DC 5. You can do this.
Here we go. You say that, but
Oh my God.
Why
You fucking said it!
you say that? You say
Can I
that.
gr-
but
can I grab him?
Yeah.
Bob's looking awfully nice.
What check? Dexterity?
There's a dexterity saving throw for the both of you.
Oh, it's saving throw. Oh, that's
Well, you dexterity check for Shio, but it's dexterity saving throw for. Oh no. Mario, please.
Oh,
Please.
Well,
Please.
like we're having chicken tonight.
We get
well,
to
we
eat
had
the
this
bird.
dispenseful music too.
Mario,
Saving
I
throw.
need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. Please.
Why is this like this? Yay. That's a 10. That's a 10. God, is that good enough?
Oh, what's the DC?
12.
Are you proud of me, God?
DC's 12.
so
Ah.
watching this happen, can Dove lean
That
under
hurts.
Priston's arm and shoot off a protection to
Yeah.
try and make Mario invulnerable to lava?
Yeah.
Okay,
Head
What-
first into
what
lava.
do I
here we
roll?
go.
Which of the buttons?
You have to hit him.
Okay, so attack.
Attack and hit a 13, please.
I'll try.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay. You're immune to fire. Get the fuck out of there.
Oh no, he's burnt. Oh, he's not burning.
What happened
Oh,
to the
not
bird?
burning.
It's
Not
dying, isn't it?
Little bird, run quickly,
okay, hang on. How far is?
faster,
I'm
Mario,
just
please.
going all the way to the next one. Forget it. Forget it.
Just running.
All right, so learned a couple things. So there's this thing called the Unbound King. He was the one who smashed up our new friend over there. Speaking of which, he's going off to Wayward's Respite to find a new home.
Mario almost died. He ran across the top of that magma. Fucking, I love elves. I think they're a godsend. That
Isn't
was
he
so
supposed to be the good luck charm?
Yeah, that's why. That's why it's like, wow, that was lucky. I knew he was lucky.
There's
Oh
also mention of somebody called the Exile, although he wasn't too sure. Can I roll an insight check at the Daza at saying that?
Dang nabbit, none of that needed to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
What's the Daz's reaction to me saying exile?
Well, he has a mask on, but his body language got more stiff. I'm like leaning back because it's like that was almost a player dying from just really bad RNG.
Do you know what I realized? Hang on, let me do this just to. Okay, do you know what I realized? I'm a terrible bard, but I have one use of bardic inspiration.
Yeah, but you have to preemptively give that to yourself.
Yeah,
And it only
I
lasts
know.
10 minutes.
Still, that could have saved me.
That could have. That
Alright,
could have.
so
He would have taken 3d6 fire damage if it wasn't for that. That would have been. Oh my god. How much health you got?
Like,
That would have been exactly your health. You.
exactly my health.
You would
Would've
have
burned.
baked.
oh man.
Don't
Okay.
worry, guys.
Alright, for right now, let's see if we can get to the chest, and then maybe if the Unbound King doesn't stroll his way through here, maybe investigate a bit more before he comes back. Oh, also found out, apparently the ley lines have been turned to metal. Quite strange.
That is very strange.
I mean, from my knowledge as a paladin of Yggdrasil, if anything bad was going to happen because of them turning to metal, it would have happened by now.
Well, that is at least reassuring.
Yes, I suppose so.
Alright. Time to start jumping again. Excuse me.
I'm not gonna catch you. Just kind of lying here.
What?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't worry, he has 2 chances to be saved.
Oh
Oh no!
What?
Is Crystallis trying to catch him?
Well, Gratalis can't catch him because he fell over here.
Yeah, but
And Carla?
Okay. Carla?
Carla's got good
Okay,
checks, right?
Carla got him. But
Oh,
can
good.
she hold him? No.
Oh
No.
no!
It's getting worse.
Please tell me Carla's not getting dragged out.
So, do I need to try and save him?
Okay, Carla's fine.
Okay, Carla's good.
Well, that's if you want to, because he has to make another dexterity saving throw. She got him
And-
to get that. Okay, he's
Okay.
up.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Everything
just
fine back there?
watched-
This is pretty easy. Oh my god.
It's racking on my nerves.
I turned
Mario
away
just
for
kind of
6
holds
seconds.
out a hand towards the Daz and goes,
Maybe you should just stay over there and keep an eye out for... Oh my god.
It's only DC 5 for him, so he makes it no matter what.
Why did he try to go back?
He made it. He's just gonna throw him.
Oh.
wait, what?
I was gonna suggest maybe staying there for a quick second while we let the more athletic people take care of this.
I give this poor man a hug. He
Oh.
needs it.
Hold on.
I almost died. I almost died.
You almost died too.
But you are not dead yet, so it is a bonus.
Yet?
I love the yes.
Look, friend. Eventually, this time of the cycle is going to eventually end. But what that means could mean a lot of things. Like maybe you stop being a Daza. Maybe you take up a new profession. I don't know. Anywho, let's
I'm staying right here against the wall with my friend
Yeah,
as
this
we
is
both
easy.
commiserate our death.
Do you want to cross, or do you think you can make it?
Oh, I can do it. I am sure. Although I suppose I should not be so cocky because bad things can still happen.
I'm sure
Minimally,
you'll
Valerie,
you can make it.
And she pats the Daza and Mario on their shoulders. There's you will be fine right here, no?
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
You want back?
Yeah,
I can send you back.
Is that enough to make the last one?
Yep.
Yeah, it's still only 10 feet, and
Okay.
even then, your strength score is 20, so then you're still fine.
He gets thrown back.
Wait, you went back?
Yeah. Do you want to
Why?
cross? Which way do you want to go?
Oh! Because of the chest? Hmm. Dang it. What all do I have on me?
I'm gonna assume that Priston's gonna head over here since he saw it initially. I had to keep
Yeah, I
him going.
probably need to be. Brenda! Donaki! See you soon!
All right,
Yeet
roll an
me.
advantage.
Yeet me into the lava.
He's using the help action to have you roll an advantage. You make
Oh my
it.
goodness. I rolled a 4.
Alright, his athletics check to go across.
Okay, you're good. Fine.
He's gonna throw you. Advantage.
Okay. Okay.
You're good.
One of those is a 2.
And he's off across.
Alright. Now then, Stage Whisper! Alright, now that Daz is not too close to hear this, the gargoyle mentioned about an exile specifically, the Red Exile, his name being Ulor, O-L-R. Apparently the Daz are here to try to free him or something. And he's in the next room down that way, the chamber that we were talking about earlier.
Do we think it is a bad thing to free him?
Well, we don't really know much about him. I would say we would have to talk to him first, but if he's chained up here, there's got to be a reason. Considering there's a massive... Oh, I guess I wouldn't know that. Considering that there's the Unbound King walking around.
Potential sacrifice, maybe?
Maybe.
Mm-mm.
Maybe. Chest! I wonder what this is made of.
Well, I have already
Heck.
looked it over.
You what?
Yes, I looked the chest over from before we even entered this chamber. Several very nice materials.
Like what?
Oh, I think I would remember from less than an hour ago, but I don't remember right now.
It was... I remember.
Oh, good.
It was brass, adamantine, and then finally a layer of lead.
Ah, yes. Yes, brass, adamantine, a layer of lead,
I totally
Adam.
remembered that.
Totally
Adamant?
remember that.
I assume since Shio's a smith, she knows the value of adamantine.
Yes.
Oh my god, we need to take this. We need to discombobulate this chest and take that.
The whole chest?
Has anybody looked for traps?
Not yet. We just got over here.
Currently inspecting it now. Not sure if it has anything of major significance in terms of traps, but there is one I can't disable. It requires a magic touch, one that I don't have, and thus I don't care.
Perhaps I can give it a look.
Maybe.
I have unseen servants.
Let's not do that.
What? Why not?
The unseen servant. That's.
What?
I don't know. Save your magical potential for other things.
Like what? If you
Like
want
what?
to take this entire chest, I feel like we'll need some magic.
Yeah, but typically,
Unseen servant can't move a lot.
yeah, and I don't know how much. I don't know how meta this would be, but typically a trap on a treasure. Typically, a trap set typically goes off in a bit of a area. We're reasonably, considering how big this chest is, and this brain.
Breathe. Use your brain.
Considering, I guess, who made this, I think you mentioned something about a giant. If he wanted to protect his things, I would assume he would put some very potent stuff in, so it's... What I'm saying, disabling the trap is a good idea. Using Unseen Servant to do so, probably not the best idea.
You're afraid that it will react poorly, rather than
Oh.
something more subtle.
Oh, yes.
I'm personally afraid it's going to destroy whatever contents are inside, and I don't want to lose those contents.
Yeah, I wonder what's in there. Well, actually, Preston, you said you saw what this was made out of.
Oh yes, I also took a peek inside.
Oh, you did?
Well, of course, I took the liberty to make sure the trip would be worth it.
What'd you see?
Ah, well, there are many golems inside, waiting for orders.
Golems.
Yes, I thought they might be useful for our little housing endeavor. Which is the only reason I decided to follow along through all this fire and danger.
Magic is not my strong suit, but I do have a quite magical axe. You know, perhaps if I swing it at the lock, is that the magic touch you are looking for?
Maybe not. As they're saying, perhaps that would be destructive.
Let
If
me
it
check
just
something.
react.
I'm gonna check something.
He checking.
I'm divine sense.
Alright, so you're using this to basically detect evil or good.
Yeah, in that big of a space.
Brr. I was like, why did it suddenly get so fucking white?
It got very bright.
Light. I see all.
Shio
in this
switches
one.
everyone to light mode.
I did it real quick to see if you needed like an area of. Wait, I can fix this. Here, let's make this green. That sounds right. I'm a paladin of Yggdrasil, see?
Alright, no, that works. I'm fine with that. Alright, let's see here. So, first off, the chest is exuding evil.
That's- Oh,
Like, it's a very horrible brimstone smell that is gracing your nostrils. On top of that, there is, with this, let's see, within the same radius, you detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated. The evil that you detect is on the outside of the chest itself, which is desecrated. However, the inside is untouched. it holds no connections to alignment whatsoever. No good or evil.
I would assume that's because of the lead, mainly. And the adamantine, I guess, would help.
But more importantly, because you are of Yggdrasil, you know that the beings inside are neither aligned with or against Yggdrasil.
Good to know. Shio will. That is truly a bad smell. This chest has most certainly been desecrated. There is bad juju coming from it.
Oh, we should avoid it altogether anyway, then, you think?
Well, whatever Carla found that's magical was probably related to it.
It's a magical trap. That's all it is. I'm not saying that it's something that you have to deal with now. But if we want to find what's inside and use what's inside, it might be best that we attempt to open it, or at least disable the trap for us to use later.
Yeah. I guess. Can I roll an investigation check as well? Using, like, I guess my smith tools or something to see if I can figure out if there's any other sort of knickknacks on this that are like traps.
Well, she did say that the only trap that she was able to find was a magical trap, and it was something that she couldn't disarm. And she is a rogue.
I would like to do a second opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, I'll take Carlo. Yeah, Carlo's right. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any built-in mechanical ones, so it might just be the magic.
It is locked. I could open the lock, but I don't want to open it with the trap already on it. Which, one of you magic men, if you want to handle it, us ladies are not in your persuasion.
Oh. I need to show up Shio again? Is that what I
Darlene,
Yes, I can give it a look.
I have one more use of protection. If you need it, if you want to take the risk to look in the chest.
I think we need to look. However, I need you to keep that. I think I can handle it.
I'm gonna aid you.
We'll give it a try. What do I need to roll on this?
This would be an Arcana check.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna aid you.
Would you kindly roll it for me?
I can do that. 13.
And you have advantage.
Oh yeah, you're aiding him. Let me roll that again. 12.
14, okay, dang it.
Alright. Priston, high, low, good, bad.
High good.
High, good.
High good.
High, good? No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That is a 46. Alright.
I want to inspire that 100.
Can he use the bardic inspiration on?
Add a D. No.
Technically he can, yes.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Help.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
that's-
you could have bardic their actual score or their check beforehand.
I could have. But I feel like that is past.
What a good egg.
What a responsible egg.
I'll remember that when you're all burning. So, if you want to try and like use the inspiration die on that to alter it into a high good, you'd need like a 4 or above.
Yeah, and I only have a D6.
You need a 5 or above, which so it's a 33% chance.
It's possible.
I would say it's reasonable.
It's not reasonable with
Consider-
the way
consider-
I roll.
Look, considering what this is, I think this is a worthwhile use of your one bardic inspiration.
My one bardic inspiration?
Yeah.
The
My
dice know.
only... Wait, don't I have like 2? My only bardic inspiration?
Nah, that's totally good. Like, hey, if you don't want to be the one to roll the dice, we could easily do it.
My one and only bardic inspiration that exploded
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see?
between 11.
So,
Look
so
at that,
makes
57.
it a. Yeah.
Which is good, which means that you do disable the
Yay!
magic
Oh, good.
trap. So
Dice
how
know.
Reds nervously. I knew we could do it all along.
With Mario's expert help, making me look good.
Precisely.
make me look good in front of the wife, please, and I will
Yes,
direct
please.
her away from your chicken.
Deal,
But as
deal. Shake
as you were looking at the matrix of the magical trap that's here, you notice that it has a series of different callings that are tied to it. These callings would have converted the chest entirely into void magic. It would have created a rip in this area, a tear into the shroud, into the plane of shadow, and sucked in anyone who dare to be too close to it, which is all of you except for Gritalis, who's over here next to the lava.
Man, that would have been a campaign change.
That would have been a huge shift.
Guess what? Kingdom Hearts campaign starts early, bruh.
But that's what would have
Not today.
let's see here. You have the observer mark. So, the person that aided you, however, has a calling.
Ability.
So,
Yeah.
Mario, I need you to go and make a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, remember, there's possibly could have been more traps.
Where's wisdom?
Oddly enough, this isn't bad.
Oh. Huh?
Oddly enough, this isn't bad. This is just me needing you to make a wisdom saving throw. That's it.
Oh. I still don't like those because I either roll really, really well or really, really bad.
Doing that.
Roll a 20.
That's
Oh.
average. That's average?
All right.
That's pretty base.
Smack dab in the middle. That's good.
Balance.
Balanced.
I'm going to roll once.
Gonna roll once? Once for what?
What I roll is what you get.
What I get? I feel concerned. I'll just state that now.
Why is that private?
Cause DM.
Hold on. There we go. And
So the what?
So let's see, 2.
Wait. But
Hold on.
What happened to you?
No, just hold on.
Whoop.
Just hold on. Just hold on. 2 plus 1. 2 plus, yeah. So that's fine. That's correct. Okay. There you go.
Fit?
And let's see, the only other person who has a calling that is with you is Dav, that is directly tied via marriage to Priston. So, Dav, I would also like for you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Priston, you did some weird stuff.
I did some weird stuff.
You did some weird stuff.
What is happening?
Uh-oh.
Alright. What I roll
What is this
what I roll is what you get.
Okay.
What is this unconsecrated chest doing to my fellow companions?
I will gladly tell you what I think, but I'd rather he explain it because I want him to give me glorious details as the GM he is.
Yeah, you want me to suffer over here wondering if my friends are dying?
Yes, I
Horribly,
also want
painfully.
him to give very good, detailed explanation. Oh my good, wait a second. I need to think about that.
You know you want to tell me?
There you go.
I do, but I'm not gonna, because I'm better than that.
Okay. As the magic from the trap fades and enters into Priston's hands, there is a brief push that enters into your two companions standing at your flanks. This push towards Mario takes on a blue hue, while the push towards Dove takes on a white gold hue. As it enters both of them, Dove's hair takes on an aspect as if the wind is always blowing it. While with Mario, steam begins to rise from his back.
Hmm? Oh.
Did they get new callings?
Mario has received the water calling, and Dove has received the air calling.
Ah, lucky.
Ooh. All because I ate it.
How very interesting.
I'm
Mario-
already seeing combos for this.
Right?
It looks like you're cooking? I don't know what the hell's going on.
I see the energy flow into Dove, and I'm going to immediately turn to hug and check on her to make sure that she's okay. My love, are you alright? Something go wrong?
No, I think this is fine. It feels much like when I was younger in the woods, you know, and I got my first calling. It feels just like that. Only different. It is not protection, I mean, but you know.
Looks at Shio. Now, Mario, don't go eating the fish. Remember, they're part of the town.
What?
Mario. Interesting. Magics.
All right, now get out of the way. I need to work on this.
Yes, please.
Here, Carla, I'll come help.
Perhaps the rest of us should make some space.
And where is her?
I mean, it's been disabled.
Yes, but that was not expected.
I'm helping Carla.
All right. So you're helping.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know really how I can help besides maybe my smith tools or something.
I'll say that you're giving her advantage, which helps. I'm gonna make sure that this is actually giving her stuff. There we go. Let's delete that and then do this again. There we go. Oh yeah, advantage. Sorry. Still a
Doesn't matter.
12.
Balance, stability.
Stability.
I'm gonna say high good. 1. Oh.
What?
What
I
the
can't.
fuck,
I
man?
can't save that.
All right, her thieves' tools are broken.
Bruh.
Nice.
Damn
Oh.
it.
I have a few of my branches, if you would like. Some sticks from a tree.
I feel as if that might be efficient enough for now. Thank you. I could use those.
Mm-hmm.
Could I try to repair thieves' tools using my smithing tools?
You would not have all of the supplies necessary to help, but you
Darn.
could try. You can make it to where she's at least doing this at half proficiency.
Yeah. That's what I'll be doing.
Alright.
So she'd be rolling with a +4 instead of a +5.
Basically.
Can I still be giving her the help action at least? as
Yes.
well?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Alright.
Hey, there we go.
That's pretty good. Alright, that beat the DC 20 for the chest.
Ooh, that was it.
Okay. The chest opens. No traps. And inside, you see a massive amount of golems, all of which folded together, holding themselves. And upon the chest opening, nothing happens. They are dormant. And thus they remain for now. Well, my job is done. I'm going to leave.
Be careful. Okay, so we got like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. There's 59 of them. That's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
What are we supposed to do with so many?
They
Oh.
can be useful for all kinds of things. You know, building, mining.
Do we have to carry them? Or how do we get them out?
We'll want to probably carry them.
What would the check would be to learn like how golems function, or could Priston just tell us how the golems function since he knows?
Pretty sure I just.
Priston can say. So, if he wants to, he can.
Yes, I think I'm gonna whisper over to the group. Yes, we can probably just order them. Kind of give the general instructions.
Yeah, you can.
Well, maybe. Well, I guess it depends on how many of them can actually carry this. Because this has got to weigh a lot.
Yeah, would they be able to leap over?
Yes, that is my question.
Oh, the lava? What are these? Can I examine to see what these things are made out of?
Yes.
A blacksmith. Does my blacksmith background help in any way?
No.
Okay, what check would this be?
This would be... Let's see here. This would be more of an investigation check, if anything else.
9.
You know that they're made of composite stone, metal, and plant fibers. Basically warforged. But that's the most I can tell you.
In that case, they would... I assume in that case they would not be fire resistant.
No.
Nah, they're gonna need, They are most certainly not resistant to fire.
But do they, if we were able to make them move, can they jump? We might lose a few in the lava, but
Well,
maybe some.
if we work like a team like we have been throughout this entire time jumping over, it shouldn't be much of an issue.
Question, how high is the ledge from this chest?
So, this is actually, like, part of the outright wall as it extends further up.
Yeah.
Because the rest of this is just, like, the inner workings of the stone.
Okay, so it's not something that they could, like, climb on top of and walk over to.
Nah. But
No.
that is a good enough idea in the sense of they could climb up here onto this ledge, shimmy across, and make it all the way to these windows and go through.
It might be easier than if they jump.
I would say that's rather arguable, because... Well,
How many checks would they need to make?
Let's see. Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6.
Okay, we've already beat them.
8.
It takes
9. 10.
Okay.
Takes 10
Just
checks.
jumping would be 8 checks, because 1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because even if it's only like, you know, not that far, it's still like a DC 5.
Their best bet would be they walk across this. Oh, geez. Didn't mean to do that.
Yeah?
They walk across this, go all the way over here, climb up, go across this, and basically shimmy the rest of the way over to here.
And at that point, it's really only like 5 checks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ants go marching one by one. Hoorah.
Alright.
I guess, do we want to activate them now and send them to the...
If we, well,
Then-
they would need their hands, perhaps, but maybe they can carry a chunk of the chest away, each of them. So we
I'm
destroy it.
not
kind
sure
of.
we can destroy the chest that easily.
Cannot
It's
just
made
take
of-
pieces of it.
It's made of metal.
Made of very
Adamant
sturdy stuff.
is the quintessential strongest metal in D&D, except for things that I don't know about.
Like
But-
dragon steel.
Yeah. But typically adamantine is considered like the strongest material.
Ah.
Particularly, Shio really just wants the adamantine, mainly because it is a really good material.
Doesn't look like we're getting that, though.
Well, here, let me ask. How hard would it be for Shio to get the adamantine from this chest?
If you just try it on your own, it's going to take probably a day. And that's if you were back at Wayward's Respite with the chest. Being down here, it's going to take you about 4 days. If you had your blacksmith mark, it would take you an hour in-game.
Let's see. The only issue is in case the Unbound King comes about. Well, if we were to... I guess we don't really know the specifics of the golems yet until we at least wake up one of them, I guess.
Random question here, right?
Random answer.
Since I'm new to this whole air calling thing, would it be possible for me to levitate the chest?
You'd have to overexert to a degree, like really just focus on it to help it. But you could, if it was empty. It'd be easier if it was empty, of course.
Well, yes, I would assume that this was after the golems did whatever it is we're going to tell them to do.
Yeah. Charles, remind me.
How much overexertion are we talking?
Are we talking like 3 uses all at once?
We're talking you would have to go negative.
I'm talking that you would have to spend, because you have 5 charges, you would have to spend 5 points, which would be overexertion, and you'd have to make a dexterity saving throw. No, not dexterity. Dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
It's a dex save.
Like, yeah, because I would assume it's based off whatever the marks
It takes from the ability score that you're using. So air uses dexterity, protection uses constitution. So
And the really bad part, compared to Shio and Priston, who have marks and not callings. If you overexert your calling, you could just straight up turn into a boss monster that will want to kill us all.
What?
Really?
Well, this is out
Exciting.
of character knowledge, but
I have no idea about that.
Neither did I. Would I
we knew
have?
that bad stuff could happen.
Well, yes, bad stuff, but I didn't think it was going to be turned into a boss monster. But would I have advantage on Dex because of my danger sense, or does that not work here?
You would have advantage on it because you are the danger.
my body is trying to kill me.
My body's trying to kill me. I sense it. I took too much cough syrup.
Oh gosh. But it would get the chest back to where if I did all of this crazy overexertion.
So, let's see. If you'd want it into a spot that you can actually do something with it. Which, honestly, breaking this and shoving it through the hole is probably your best bet. I could give like a little bit of the creative side that you guys can utilize because Priston has catapult. You could use air calling with catapult to increase the size category of the object that could be catapulted. You could just catapult the chest into the wall.
It would take a bunch of damage.
Yes,
Because
but
of how catapult works.
It's the strongest metal, apparently.
Yeah, it's so strong.
That
It
layer
is
of
a big
adamantine.
chest. It's got lead in it too. Like,
Yeah,
We're just making a bullet?
yeah,
Okay.
just beep beep.
So
Nice.
I explain all of this in character. Is this something we want to try, or do we want to look at another option? The 4 days, perhaps.
Well, that's if I'm by myself and I have to do it here. If I take a rest, getting it in my mark is recharged. It'll only take me an hour.
Do we have time? You were
Pretty sure it's a
worried
long-
about
I'm
the
pretty
bad
sure.
things.
I'm pretty sure it takes a long rest to recharge.
it
the
takes a
mark.
Mark's 8
long
hours.
rest to recharge it. Here's the other part. This is the logistics side. How are you getting it out of here when you guys had to go down a pit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
we'll have to figure it
could
at that point.
Catapult it again.
Just launch it straight up. Well, welcome to the Priston air
Straight up
program.
at
Like it's a
flight.
space
Well,
program.
Zadaza wanted us to get it, right? So we have them make a pulley, and all of them.
We're not getting it for them.
Well, no,
We-
but
If we want
We
it, we'll have to exclude them from the equation.
we share the spoils.
Mm.
Hmm?
Personally,
To what end?
It is good to make good relations, no? Since we are living so close together.
Personally, I would rather, for lack of a better term, convert the Daza over to our side rather than trying to stay on good relations. Because the issue is there are many tribes. They're not singular. They're always individual. So yeah, we're good with this one tribe, but then they could just, I would think, easily pose as like, oh, we're a different tribe and attack and such.
Oh, well. Why don't you all decide? You let me know what I need to do.
I think keeping the chest is going to be optimistic. Besides, if we march all of these golems out of here, maybe
we'll
one day we come back and we dismantle the chest piece by piece.
Again, it will only take me. My only issue is apparently the Unbroken King comes about. That's my only issue.
Perhaps we task maybe 5 of these golems with mining this chest and bringing it to the town. piece by piece,
Sure.
over time.
Well, actually, let's see what they can do. I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions about their physical capabilities.
Yes.
Can we wake up one of the golems, please?
Let's do it. I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to wake up one golem.
All right. Let's see here. So, whom amongst the four of you is making the attempt to wake up a golem?
I am.
Okay, Priston.
Good, better not be Mario.
So Priston, as you move up to one of the golems, peering over the lid, and you attempt to activate it, the golem's eyes take on a blue hue. As they take on this blue hue, its features and shell, its outer casing, begins to take on a scale-like appearance as its head starts to have a snout and a horn at the front as it looks to you.
Interesting.
What is your commands?
Here is a command. Dismantle this chest and take pieces of it to the settlement to the north.
Dismantle chest. I can do that. As it moves to the back of the chest and takes off the hinges.
Aha.
Yeah, we can move it in pieces. Yeah, let me guess. It's gonna be like job done.
Yeah, actually, it holds the hinges, these massive hinges, up to Priston. I have dismantled the chest. It is now in 2 pieces.
That
Oh,
Well.
it is so cute.
yes, but there are more pieces.
If you are counting the hinges that I am holding, then yes, you are correct. There are 4 pieces then.
Why do I hear Gru in the back of my head? If you're counting the pieces that I have in my hand, then yeah.
I will take the moon and dismantle it.
Brings back a single rock. See? Now there are 2
Um,
pieces.
What
If
happens as he finishes said task? Does he just shut back down, or?
No, he's staying awake. You activated him, so like now he's just waiting for more orders.
Oh,
think-
okay, so they can take more than one.
If I can interject, he meant when dismantling chest, dismantling it into its primary components of brass, adamantine, and lead.
I do not have the means of doing so at this time.
Okay.
Well, how many of you do you think it would take to carry this chest out of these ruins?
Why would we do that?
It's a nice chest. We would like to keep it.
It might draw in trouble. There is no need for us to really take it unless we have the means of dismantling properly now, which we don't. If you can give
Yeah.
us supplies, we will dismantle it.
I have 2 axes.
I think he's meaning like actual workable material. Because like,
Yes, we would
Is-
have to
is
come
the-
back.
real quick, is it like layered, or is it, or has it like or has this chest like with the metals been fused together?
Fused together.
Yeah, it would take a whole process. We would have to heat it. We have to try to, honestly, probably just have to melt the whole thing down and then have to scrape it out. Yeah, it's a whole
I'm
process.
just staring at the person with the blacksmith mark. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We have
this
no
is a
intention of doing anything with the lid, though. We will be keeping the lid intact, for it acts like a boat.
A boat, you say?
Yes, we will use the lid to help us carry the rest if we are intended to carry the rest of it. We can go on boat.
That is a good idea.
The
You're
boat
very
won't
helpful. Very useful.
burn?
It will be fine, and so will we.
Oh yeah, that's
Because
actually...
adamantine.
Oh yeah. Actually, that's a really good idea because then they could just, using the boat in turns, go over here, and then...
Anon, can we turn the lid into a boat and just have them sail across the oceans
Holy shit!
of
Yeah,
lava
they don't even need to really make the jump. They just can
and
sail.
deposit them over here?
We can potentially do that.
Let's do that then.
Or even better, you just skip that and go to the window.
Well, they would have to climb up,
It's
I
up.
would assume. Yeah. Like, yeah, how steep of a climb would it be for them to climb up to the window?
To climb up to the window and to make sure that the lid doesn't capsize.
Tip over.
I would honestly say it's about like maybe 12 feet up. It's like one athletics check.
Oh, okay.
What like reasonable would be the DC, if you could tell us?
DC's 13.
I mean, if they work in pairs, like say giving each other help actions and stuff like that, that wouldn't be too hard to do.
You can also
What
give them a
is
rope.
the athletic?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we can give them rope and stuff. Yeah, I guess. Do we want to just wake them all up and give them the order of get yourselves up there and wait for us to come back?
I am incapable of activating my brethren.
Oh, no worries. We will activate them.
Wait, are we having one person activate all of them?
I want to activate some. How about we all activate some?
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh, no.
There should be-
Everybody wants to touch the button.
Nobody wants me to activate all of them and we have a bunch of Russian sounding like robots. No, everybody has to have some.
This is okay. It is part of a teaching moment, and I'll like sit aside and start showing people almost dad-like how I went about it. You see, you press this button right here.
I sit down and I have these big eyes as I stare up at you.
Can I at least have 5 of them? So, because I kind of want to open up a blacksmith and having some help.
Yes.
I mean, you basically have 60.
You have 5. Yes.
So
Well, we have 59.
Yeah, you have 59. You basically have 60 of them. So it's like activate them
we got
however
plenty.
you wish.
Shio would like to awaken 5 of them.
Look. Take turns. We want to do this in an orderly fashion, because otherwise, we'll miss part of the fun. Everybody gets to open one present at a time.
Oh.
Dav's probably having like a field day. It's like he's acting like a dad. This is what I wanted this whole time.
Yes. She's very proud.
If she glances at him, he's gonna like blush and kind of look away and make as if it's nothing,
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping them efficient. That's all this is.
Of course, dear. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Efficient?
All right. Well, we're activating a whole bunch of these things.
Are you activating all of them, or are you saving some to be activated back at the town?
I think we're saving some. We'll probably only activate about half of them, and let the ones that we activate carry the ones that we don't.
My only worry is in case the Daza come back and try to activate the ones that are not activated.
Well, we'll just have to work quickly.
Do you desire for us to work faster?
It's alright. Just be careful. If you see any robed men, and she'll give like the descriptions of all what Dazas that they've seen. Like, don't let them awaken any of the other ones. Don't listen to them. They're no good.
Wow.
Why?
Why?
Because we are your masters, not them.
We have no masters. We have only allies, and it's difficult to find allies nowadays.
Oh,
It's very difficult to find people to trust. Being moved from place to place.
Oh, I see what's going on. It's taken on his personality. I think.
You're correct.
That's not what I sound like.
No, I sound like this.
You know, they sound pretty similar.
I don't see it, but okay.
Yeah.
So Shio, it's your turn.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder if Shio's nature is being a devil or devilkin that's connected to the Zenith would do anything. Let's find out. I touch one.
All right, you proceed to reach out as the eyes of yours, like the one that you activate, don't even light up, but it still moves nonetheless, growing horns along its face as well as atop its head, and developing stony-like scales on its arms, but there are metallic ones that build along its sides. It looks up to you with feminine features. Oh, hi. How are you doing? Do you have any tasks for me?
Man, is that how I really sound? Alright, enough of that. Slaps. Does the cheek.
When you smack it, like when you slap it, it feels
it's just
soft.
No, she was slapping.
I'm slapping myself.
Oh,
Smacking herself
Yeah,
out of it.
getting the distracting thoughts out of the head. Yeah,
Hey.
You'll be working with the golems that he activates, along with the other ones, to be getting the rest of you and your the other ones safely over there, where you'll wait for us. Blah blah blah. Whole spiel. The plan.
The plan.
okay.
Plan.
Okay, I see. All right. So, what's my purpose in all of this, though, besides just following the orders of everyone else? Like, what can I do to help?
What you can do to help?
Yeah, just anything. Like I can learn.
Brain.
I
Brain.
have difficulty thinking of stuff too. It's okay.
Well, I hope.
It's uncanny.
Well, I
really.
hope for once we get out of here, for you to become a blacksmith like me and stuff like that. I guess be in charge of getting people across.
In charge. Funny.
Mhm.
I feel as if I can do that. I believe I can do that. I can take charge. It's my duty for my people to do that.
Am I really like that?
The nail. on
Really
the head.
like that, and I just kind of nod wisdom.
This is very interesting.
It actually looks almost fun. I was going to not want any, but now I almost want to give it a try.
Oh, I don't know. You might, as long as you're not offended, you know.
Me?
And then when you activate it, it just swoons over Preston.
Dealer man.
It just moves over the other one, like the other fucking golem that looks like
Oh
Priston.
no.
Oh no.
Only one way to know.
Did Mario want to turn first, though?
Oh, do I want to turn first? You seemed excited.
I am excited, but do you want to turn first?
I'm kind of just watching everyone in awe right now, and I'm like, ooh, click a button. Just peck it with my beak. Shiny.
You peck it, and as you peck it, it starts to go and grow a beak out of the front, its eyes turning a shade of black as it shrinks in size to a degree.
Oh.
Oh!
Guys, I made a terrible mistake.
I
I realized the mistake now.
Oh no, can it even speak common?
Mostly.
Mostly. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh no.
Yes, this will be useful. I can see it already.
You can speak A.
Mostly. It can be useful.
I look at it for a second and I go, if you're like me, that means you can speak A, Venus.
Yes, I am able to speak the same language as you, yes.
Oh, well, that does make that easier, but I will admit, they don't understand it. It's best to copy them. Good job. Keep it up.
I will do my best to. It is good to maintain the facade. We Fae have to stick together, right?
We do laugh.
Mostly useful.
Okay, so, point to everyone else in Golems. Aid! Domaki! Yes!
Aid! Damaki! Yes! As it points to all of you, its eyes dead. Like, just...
Oh no. Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
Now we're just gonna have to get Waymage and make golem versions of ourselves.
So cute.
And then they just populate the town.
So cute.
I'll probably
Suddenly the population of the town jumped by 59.
They're all like token creatures.
It'd be hilarious to me if like they're watching people eat, so they start wasting your food by trying to eat.
No, one of them is gonna just walk up to us. It's gonna be big and red, and it's gonna go. That's all it says.
It's like, who gave Gala one? It doesn't talk. He basically broke it.
There's just a robot walking around town that goes at everyone. Thinks
no.
insane.
Hey, at least we okay. Based off how we've seen and how like they're copying our personalities, could I roll to see if I guess an Arcana check or something to see if they're taking on our physical traits as well?
They're
You can
taking
actually-
physical appearance.
You can actually tell that they're actively trying to mimic what's in front of them, like whatever is activating them. So, because that's why Priston's grew the Balaran snout and has the horn. That's also why its eyes went blue. That's why the one for you developed horns and has the scales on its arms, as well as like the special metal on its sides. And then last, like with Mario, it shrank and grew a beak.
Oh no.
If that's not obvious.
Because if I'm understanding correctly, besides, well, when I say physical, I mean like, is it like copying us?
They get our
in terms
abilities
of,
too.
like actual stats and stuff. Yeah.
You can roll that if you wish.
Yeah. Okay. So an Arcana check.
Yeah, that'd be an Arcana check.
Hey.
good roll.
They have a predisposition towards your class and are faster to train in those classes. On top of that, they have very minute passives of your marks and callings. These passives are able to be activated if taken to a proper research area, aka you're able to research this back in town to figure out how to get it to where they develop the means of using marks and callings that are innate within them.
Oh, so, okay,
Yeah,
so
they're taking on peasant stats.
all right. So how I'm seeing this, if this is just gonna be a dumb way to think about it, if Mario touches them, we're getting farmers. If Preston touches them, we're getting scholars. If Dab touches them, we're getting
Hitters.
Killing
Hunters.
machines?
physical labor.
Yeah.
If they touch,
Hey, don't talk about my wife that way.
it-
Smack Shio.
Well, no,
What?
it is okay.
what
I
the
do not mind.
hell? Alright. If Shio touches them, we're getting blacksmiths. Also,
Craftsmen.
yeah,
Mostly
well,
useful.
Yeah. well, blacksmiths are useful,
Mostly
and if they got
Mostly.
minor
Hammers.
properties of the blacksmith mark,
Yeah.
I mean that's pretty usable. You could just start casting like metal walls and shit. Infrastructure of the highest regard.
Yeah, but you need like 10 to help run the farms.
Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, probably in that case. So, all right, so there's one of. Okay. All right, let's go to notes. Let's go to notes.
Well, we
Dove,
have Dab.
pushes the button while everyone else is chattering away.
I'm watching intently.
God, I'm gonna love this. So, Dov touches theirs, and their eyes take on a fiery hue. Underneath their armor, it starts to blaze. And the metal that's on it, its skin, quote unquote, comes off as very pink. It grows in height, and as it grows in height, it does develop a lot more feminine features, wider hips, breasts, and a pretty soft-looking face, as it immediately holds onto the hand of the Priston golem.
Oh, you are adorable.
So are you!
So, if I am allowed to, may I give you a command?
You may.
Okay, so your job in this motley group of other golems is to love and protect and always make sure that whoever is inside of you shines brightest at all times.
When you say that last line, the flames that are blazing within it grow brighter and take on a slight blue hue as it looks directly towards the Priston golem, as that one looks directly to it, as they nuzzle faceplates, and then both look directly at their counterparts, which is Priston and Dav. I am full of boundless love. Of course I can.
Oh, very good. Just make sure, protect the others as well. They deserve some love too.
I am built to take and deliver beatings. Of course I can.
You will make me very happy then.
Alright, so that leaves 55 golems.
55
Let's do them
bottles of beer on a wall.
Here, take one down and pass it around.
55 golems, a chest on the wall.
Okay.
We need to work on our lyrics.
I guess we should just turn them on right now and just make it easier on ourselves, because we reasonably brain, it's getting late. We can reasonably divvy up what we need. I do think having a good supply of farmers is definitely something we're gonna need. So I was thinking putting like 20 more of those golems towards Mario.
the major thing is take into consideration your population and the more migrants that you can potentially get. This allows you to basically multiply your effectiveness in different fields. So, for sake of example, yes, you have scholars, but you might not have politicians, which is something that's important. If you want to have political outreach to the regions around you, that might be something that you would want to consider if you get somebody that comes in, or you go and you use one of the people that you brought with you for that. So it's like you might want to have them activated, and then it imprints and does its whole debacle.
That's true.
So it's like these are meant to be like a buffer. Like these golems act as your population buffer, to where they will do things and fill roles that you need filled. You just have to wait until somebody's able to help create that role in the first place.
Okay, so then do we just want Robo Party getting the other golems to safety?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, okay, honestly, I would say at most we would want maybe for us to each activate at most 10 and then move the other 19. That way we still have a blank buffer.
well, I was even going to say like 5 each. Or if we just
Right, yeah.
wanted to save some, we could activate the remaining ones of Dov so that they could be the carrier golems, basically, the ones who get them out of the cave and back to the respite.
I do like the idea of all of us, each of us getting 5, because that's what originally Shio wanted.
Okay,
And then that would leave
39.
Yeah, that'd leave 39.
Because this is me, like, even though I'm the DM and I'm able to go and be impartial. The thing that I feel as if might be most efficient for all of you, as Essie had stated, like, have some more Dov ones to go and just help with removing these from here, and that would be her 5. And then the remainder, like, still be inert, and they just go back and forth to go and move them, like, into the area, and you can activate the ones that would be filling roles back at your town, like your settlement.
My issue with that is just I would prefer to activate a good portion of them right now, mainly because there's still the Daza.
He has a
And
fear of the Daza
I don't
activating them behind his back.
Oh.
I don't trust the Daza.
So we activate more doves, and we say, "Don't trust the Daza."
Bunch of flaming women just come out like.
Let's put it this way: 5. How much damage could 5 doves deal?
Lots.
lot.
Hundreds of points of damage.
Well, I assume they don't have any equipment. They don't like just spawn axes all of a sudden, do they?
None of them
but
have
they're
equipment, but they do have slam attacks because they are golems. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Barbarian slam.
Could you show that to us right now?
Okay. So let's see here. The slam attack would be this one plus that. I rolled low, but it's a +1 +5, and the damage.
Rolled a 1.
Yeah, I rolled a 1. Damage would outright be 1d8 +5.
What the fuck? It's underperforming. What the hell?
Don't worry, that's the
Rolls a
Mario
one,
one.
rolls a 1.
Technically. It's the
Because
first one. They
no.
were told to love first. Like, they care more about the love part because they're holding hands. It's using one hand. Here, let it use 2.
It's like,
use 2. Let
yes,
it cook.
love, yes. Doesn't pay attention.
Oh, little one, love means protecting the ones you love as well, you know.
Oh, I see now. Let me see if I'm able to love with the rhythm of the flame.
Better. Yes.
That's a chunky hit. That's a chunky hit. Much better.
Much.
So yeah, there you go. It has a +6 to hit, and it has a minimum of 6 damage it can deal.
Yeah, that's actually Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
So maybe if you gave 10 to Dove, which is twice the number that we would want, but they could protect, and we could give the command. That's the word. We could give the command not to let anyone activate them who looks like a Daza. Only let people in the what's the name of our town?
Wayward's Respite.
Thank you. Only let people in Wayward's Respite, activate you. Sound good? Yes, no?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Then I will get to work if you are ready.
I had to say the thought of 10 Dov the flaming Dov golems just slowly flying out of the hole, and the Daza just see it like, oh no.
Oh no! It's the one that was foretold! The blazing woman that jumps really high! The descending death!
There better be legends.
If the rays of sunlight had axes, it cuts through you.
Terrible stories that they tell the kids to go to bed on time, the Daza children, and beware, otherwise the woman with the flaming axe will come and kill you. Or
the sunshine that laughs will descend upon you, and you will be cleaved in twain and used as firewood in her horrible encampment.
Well,
Wow.
if it's all the same, I will begin to awaken my other 9, okay?
Okay.
And so I push 9 more buttons to make a little Dove army.
All of the other ones look to some of the other golems and they look in line with the rest, and then they see the one Priston one, and they all try to hold that one Priston one's hand.
Harem.
Oh.
I can't believe you gave the Priston golem a harem.
I am not jealous. I need
Okay,
only
look,
one.
No, we can't have this. Let's wake up 9 other Pristons.
Wait, what?
No, it'll be okay.
Yes, for now.
Little ones, clap, my hands. Little ones.
Yes?
Okay, listen, as much as we love each other, we have a job to do, and duty comes sometimes first, okay?
Oh, does it?
Sometimes.
Yes. Listen to your mother. I mean, to Dove.
Oh, Dove
Your
Blush
boss.
is really, really happy that you said mother. So here's the job, okay?
Okay.
We have your sleeping brothers and sisters, and we must protect them, and the 3 that are awake. We must get them all safely to a nice town that is beginning to grow in the wastes, the wilds, the Wayward's Respite. It is a little ways north of this cavern. You must help your sleeping brothers and sisters exit the cavern safely and get to the town safely. Now, big rule here. Do not trust anyone who goes by the name of Daza. They wear raggedy clothes, and they have a strange way of speaking, but do not let them wake anyone.
All of the Dov ones look to Mario.
He is not a Daza. He is a Kenku.
Here, this is what the Daza look like. Blah 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 blah. There.
I just kind of glazed
Thank
over
you,
and
Shio.
look at Shio like.
So, only let your brothers and sisters be awoken by people from the town of Wayward's Respite or by one of us. Do you understand?
Maybe give them a
We-
passcode.
We think that we understand. I have a different plan, if you may.
Oh, of course.
What if we don't get activated by anyone who does not look like our brothers and sisters? for they look like you.
Darling,
Yes.
what?
Yes.
How does that sound to you? And what was the other thing you wanted to mention?
No, nothing.
We're just gonna.
As far as this particular command, is there a way we can make it temporary? Because at the moment, that would be a good command, but later we might want to make it different.
It still puts all of you in charge of us. So I think it would be good to use my beloved's plan. It works. And at the very same time, it still puts control with all of you, whom of which you trust.
Yeah, that
Very
sounds
well.
reasonable.
Until
Sounds
we
good.
return in person to town to meet up with you, don't let anyone who doesn't look like your brothers and sisters wake them, okay? That is the way you wanted it, no?
Yes, that works wonderfully.
I am so proud of you, my little ones. Go on. Start working. I have more jobs to do down here, but I will meet you back at town very shortly, I hope.
We will see you then. Be there soon. We will have a big festival planned.
So excited.
I'm just gonna like tilt down to Dov and whisper in her ear, "This doesn't count, does it?"
Count how, darling? She
You
winks.
know,
All of
He'll
the
blush.
Dovs are swooning like over the one Priston one, and like they have like their hands on his chest, and they're like ruffling
Yeah.
through like the rags that all of them are wearing. Like, you know, they're just kind of like swooning all over him, and he just looks flustered. Like a golem looking flustered is just like weird, but he's like, oh geez, oh my, I don't know. I do not know what to do in this situation.
no, young lady.
Father, help!
Dov is back. we have work to do first. Come on, let's go.
Oh my.
I nudge tiny me. Ed, no monkey. Yeah.
Mostly useful. Aid?
Mm-hmm.
As
Yep,
the little Kenku one just climbs on out and reaches out its hand to help the other Shio one out.
Yep, help them. You know, like what they said. Let's get all them. Your sleeping brothers and sisters back to Wayward's Rest.
I am their leader. I will do my best to lead them.
Yes. Oh God, what
I
have
feel
done?
like that one's
Thank
gonna
you
die.
for trusting me with this responsibility. I won't let you down.
Inner. I don't know if there's a thought bubble one, but just inner dialogue. Oh God, what have I done?
All of the Dov golems proceed to take the lid off and immediately make it into a boat. As they say in unison, "Come on, darlings! Get your brothers and sisters into the raft!"
She whispers up to Priston. They are nearly perfect.
If they are, that poor Priston one is not going to get any sleep ever.
Come, we have much to do.
The original is the better one, just so you know.
Oh, I understand. It is okay.
I'm gonna die a horrible death.
Oh, I will come back and catch you. Come now.
Oh no, you didn't know. Oh good.
Holy fuck.
Thank goodness.
I have had to save you before. I will not let you fall again.
This is so wild. I hope that you liked my impressions of all of your characters and the personalities.
They're so good.
Hold on, wait. Do I have to save Mario?
That was me.
Oh, fuck,
please,
no, he
bro.
rolled a 4. Yeah, you do need to save Mario.
What do I need to roll? What do I need to roll?
Alright, first, Mario needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Okay, he catches on. You just have to make a strength check to pull him up.
Oh, that's easy. I say.
And roll a 7. Mario, roll a strength check to climb up.
Oh no.
I at least will not let you fall.
Check strength. You think I have strength? I.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Listen,
I know
it's
you do.
whenever I am upset at myself that I roll nat 20s, okay?
I see strength burning inside you, Yanwan. Come on, let us go.
You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good.
But I slip a little.
Here, I'll assist Mario.
Oh, okay, okay.
You have like so many new children, like you're just ecstatic.
I am. She is.
Advantage.
Advantage, roll again. Roll again.
Advantage.
You just threw me in the lava.
Roll again.
Roll advantage.
Roll again, please.
I will, but still.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's not dead.
She was just like, I'm gonna throw you in the lava.
So how's things going over here?
They left.
Oh. Oh no.
They went ahead.
We got the chest open.
I saw.
I
They're
think
currently making a raft.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
They're currently getting the other ones back to the town.
I am not entirely certain that this is what Carmen meant when she showed me the vision, but it is a good start.
The vision.
I mentioned earlier, dear. I will tell you
Oh.
later.
That's one.
Yes.
The vision?
I'll do later.
Oh my god. I'm flying. I'm here to catch, if in case.
Here we go again. Da-da-da-da.
I'll throw you.
Oh no.
Roll at advantage, Mario.
Okay. Watch me roll.
There's a 17
didn't
and
even
14.
need
He would have
help.
been fine no matter what. So that's good.
Where'd Preston roll? What?
Priston doesn't.
now?
Oh, I accidentally rolled Priston. Never mind. Yeah, he flew across. He's good.
Easy. Shaking the rust off.
I see more plants.
Mm-hmm.
I must know.
I must show you up.
I speak for the trees.
Alright,
Yes.
Lorax, let's see whether or not the fucking Kenku went up to you again.
Try me.
He did.
Damn it.
Nice.
I have a paladin of Yggdrasil.
I was only here for that one roll just to prove a point.
The pettiest Kenku.
Listen, it's what I'm good at.
Yeah, that one's been shot down.
We have been scouting ahead.
Oh,
How's it going?
Kurla and I have come to a few conclusions. My people are up ahead.
oh.
More of them?
It seems as if there's combat taking place. We need to hurry.
I feel as if we don't need to hurry, but I don't know. I've grown to be attached to you not shooting me in the back, so.
Let's have the capable fighters give a educated check and seeing how the fight's going.
Ah, yes. Very well.
You must gather your party.
Gather your party for venturing
Oh
forth.
no, I thought it'd be easier to just have them move us all at once.
Well, it is going to be a new map, I believe.
It is a new map.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
The final map.
All right. At which point, our good old Gratalis, whom of which finally gets to do what he is designated to do, which is why he's been kind of saving up this entire time.
He's gonna stab me, isn't he?
No. No.
Is he gonna stab me?
Also, no.
Oh, good. I knew we were friends.
Let me just get this ready.
I don't like that.
What?
No, just all this.
Ooh.
Oh.
Illuminators have beneficial Whoa, whoa.
He exploded.
Wow.
Sir?
What did he do there? Oh.
Oh.
Illuminator allows you to go and heal people in an area if you so wish, and with him being a cleric, that's basically what he did.
Nice.
Uh,
Well, thank you.
On top of that, I have to see how much he actually replenishes in terms of your callings, which that is a D3.
Oh. Oh, Pog.
Oh, dang.
Ooh.
That
Effectively, for us at this level, means ours are refilled.
Alright, so everybody gains 4, so... Dog
Does this
is
act-
at
I
5.
fixed.
Does this actually overcharge?
No.
Okay, so I'm at 3 then.
Oh.
I guess. Do my chains also recharge?
Your chains don't, but you also get back a spell slot because that is what the bleed over is.
Oh, Pog.
Dang.
And because that's 4,
Nice.
Priston gets his first level spell slot back, so he's fine.
Sweet.
Very cool.
Thank you, Gratalis.
Yes, that was very good.
Mad Artificer Soul whispers to the smartest person in the group. My friend, I have an idea for you. A strong use. Hi, Game Hunter! I was like confused
Game
for a
Hunter.
moment.
It's a pretty cool spell idea.
Here's my flesh bomb.
Thanks.
Certainly unique.
Let's copy all of you. This was basically him providing as much of a refreshment as he could to all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that also applied to himself, so he's back to full.
I know we're running a bit over time. Can we at least see the next map before we call it?
Yes, indeedy.
Dun dun dun.
Just gotta go and paste your people here.
Haste our people.
There you go.
You know, move them quickly.
Oh boy. Look at this map.
Interesting music, too.
I'm not listening to music, hang on. Oh. Wait, do I know that music? Hang on.
This is
Oh,
from Dead by
wow.
Daylight.
I haven't played Dead by Daylight, but I've watched enough other people play it. That's why I recognize it.
Hands.
That is quite a big map with a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness,
I had
that's
to say, this is Frosty, right? Or was this you?
This is just this is a map that I have. Also, Game
That's
Hunter, thank you
like-
for the follow.
Well done.
dang. Dang.
I like the whole gear motif you got going on in the middle there.
Here's all the chains too.
Yeah, here's all the
Mhm.
chains.
Chain lines. Lay chains.
That's a lot of Daza.
That's
It's
a lot of
Fine.
Daza, but also those were my guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, your guy is literally in the center being held by this shit.
Uh-huh.
The Red Exile.
We can handle it. No worries.
Oh. Your axe got an upgrade, didn't it, at the end of this session?
Did it?
No, I think what was happening was just because of the fact that she was activating it because killing the creature.
Yeah, it was just the
okay.
thing that it gets to do.
Cleaves.
It cleaves.
Okay.
She spins like a Beyblade if she keeps killing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She did use that ability quite a bunch. Did she reach the next milestone?
Reaper Dove.
She did not. There's a specific circumstance that falls in place. There are other circumstances as well, like other milestones that are able to be hit, that provide different abilities, and those also have not been hit yet.
Excellent.
All right.
So, this is where we can call the session. I feel as if this had a lot to it. I really enjoyed the outright
Your impressions.
The impressions were really funny for me because it's like it's everybody's character personality, and then me also trying my best to do everybody's voices.
Which, mind you, you also have me trying to mimic literally. Mimic of a mimic.
It was very fun.
Yeah, this was a really good session. Thank you for
I
playing.
really like Shio's golem.
Yeah.
Oh god,
yes.
is that what I sound like?
Thank you for trusting me with this honor.
Which is good. I hate my own voice.
It's perfect.
I also like Mario's the fact that it's just like, yeah, but we're just going to keep up the facade. We're not actually going to let them know we speak common.
Yeah.
Well, they don't. They speak Fae.
Well, yes, but...
We speak bird. Don't mind us.
We speak bird.
Mostly useful.
But
Yeah,
now
that's
I
great.
have the word for vision because you said it out loud.
Did.
Excellent. I can now say I had a vision. Alaran, Red Exile,
He's just
Allies.
not being Dove. He just says stuff sometimes.
Yeah, like that one time that you told Shio, just don't eat the fish from the fountain.
Yes.
Yeah,
He just
whatever that
says
meant.
stuff sometimes, Don't take any of it seriously. None of it.
No, none.
The only way for me to explain that I have a water calling. Fish in the fountain, the water. That was all I had.
Yeah.
Was
Well,
that
then-
what it meant?
By the
Also-
way, I love this because Legend went and put in some stuff in the fan art of Dove. Oh no, lava! And is just hopping across all happy, and then Mario just dying.
Thumbs up. I'm gonna be fine.
So,
It's good that you two got those new callings to use.
Right?
Those are going to be useful. There's other stuff will be falling into place if you end up succeeding in this encounter, because this is going to be wave combat and potential boss fight.
Oh.
Yeah, that is me providing that forewarning.
Okay, so I mean, we could try to convince these Daz, but
That's why the other ones went ahead.
wait, they went ahead. I thought they went back to the surface.
You see the injured one that's near death, that's close to the one edge? That was the one that was with you guys.
Oh,
That
so
led-
they all went this way.
Yeah, they all went this way because they have a mission. They can't retreat from the mission.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they all went up here.
I thought they went. I thought they left. I thought they were
No.
waiting outside, ready to ambush us.
No,
Nope.
they went ahead. They have a mission to do, which potentially involves this dude.
Yeah.
My vision. I must save him.
I'm stoked. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I'm stoked for next week.
Yeah.
I'm also stoked for next week. This is gonna be so fucking cool.
Yeah. Hey, hey, guess what, Mario? You now have another form of healing.
I do, but more importantly, if I remember correctly, you can apply callings to other things.
Yes, you can apply it to spells and class abilities, as well as racial abilities that you have.
Meaning I could do something like Lesian Touch or the Cure Wounds with Water Calling or Stability and just heal someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
need to look up all the things on callings again.
Excuse me.
Also, now guess what? Now Waymaker doesn't need to cast Jump on Dov. Dov can just fly.
I can
I
fly.
can just fly.
I am so excited to have air.
Here comes the Valkyrie.
Ooh.
Like,
Does
it
that mean you
does.
could also speed yourself?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it does fun things like flight and deflecting projectiles, so I don't have to worry about getting shot anymore, and breathing underwater, and increasing speed, among many other things. Like, I'm excited.
I'm gonna love the applications because here's me thinking of something cute because this is very on brand for the relationship dynamic in game of Dov convincing Priston to actually fly so they can fly together and like they're holding hands and doing like tricks around each other.
Oh, why, Disney?
He could be like, "You're the
boy.
wind beneath my wings." He could literally say that.
Oh my.
It could be like, okay, now I'm going to show my age here, and also the fact that I'm a girl, but it could be like Thumbelina, let me be your wings, right?
Oh my god.
Thumbelina. Gosh, that's
Yes.
a blast.
Yeah, I know, right?
You ever just firm gully yourself in a campaign?
Ferngully.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
But that is the end of the session, and because it's so late, sadly, we're not going to be able to raid out. But potentially we can do so for next game, like next session after combat, which will be dope as hell.
Yeah.
Move this back. So I would like to thank all of you for playing. I'd like to thank all of you for watching. And
Thanks for DMing for us.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
this will be uploaded probably tomorrow. Like on my YouTube channel, which I need to plug more because I haven't been plugging my YouTube channel at all, and I kind of need to do that. I need to get more professional about it. But anyways, that's it. That's the session. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Bye-bye.